Hello out there. Welcome back to TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Greydon95.
I am your secondary host who forgot to prepare an intro bit for this week, SneakyAdolf.
And I'm your third host, Boo, and I've got a baked goods scented candle that I'm just huffing right now. It smells amazing.
Great.
Yeah. It smells like cinnamon cake and shit. It's really good.
Ooh.
Well, don't put your nose too close to the flame, otherwise we'll be smelling something else.
It's not even lit. Just holding it in
Oh.
my hand.
That's fair enough, yeah. Absolutely.
It's one of those ones that, yeah, because the wax is so fucking fragrant that you can just smell it. It doesn't go throughout the whole room, but if I just sit it on my computer desk, I can smell it.
Yeah, I have a candle in here that I just kind of put on every now and again. Should really light it again at some point. But yeah, welcome back. Today, nothing particularly shitty has happened on Twitter, which is good, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
I mean,
D&D
so,
related.
yes.
How could you not know, you heartless bastard?
Exactly, right?
The plague that struck Twitter this week.
The
coronavirus?
Which one?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, there's always one.
It's a cesspit.
It's true. It's true. I love it.
Oh yeah.
It's the best. It's a place where I can go and be angry about something.
Well, that's what you have here for.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But this is for different things. But speaking of which, today we have a couple of choices. One is a video from our good old pal Cody. But I watched a few minutes of it, and aside from one little bit that I'm like, you can. This is in the first few minutes. That I was like, you should just. But it was just a case of wording. It seems like an okay video.
Okay.
And the other one that I have chosen today is from How to Be a Great GM.
Okay.
And that one's that one. I don't know how that one's gonna be because I watched a couple of seconds and I was like, okay.
I take it it's not one of the writing ones.
No, I don't think so.
Lists?
I think. Well, it's not a list. It's more he's whinging a little bit, which is fine.
Okay.
I'm excited to see what it's about. But yes. So let's see. What do we want? Do we want a nice maybe good Cody video? Do we want a nice maybe bad How to Be a Great GM video?
I feel like a bad GM video would help me wake up a little bit.
Personally.
Okay, all right, yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. We're going to start off with How to Be a Great GM's little thing about how he's never seen a Warlock played correctly.
This one. I've never actually watched this one.
Yeah.
So the title alone is like, meh, it's not, honestly.
This seems very subjective.
Yeah, and my thing is that it just didn't seem that interesting to me.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, apparently this is a part of his series where he has How to Be a Great Role Player, which, okay, we were just talking about role playing the other day, and so, it's a nice little segue-ish thing.
I'm unsure if I've seen this one or not.
I've not.
Yeah,
I know I've seen a few videos of I've never seen a Warlock done right before, but I'm not sure if it was this guy.
Yeah, I know I just saw the title and I posted it in our little source channel there. But yeah, let's jump right in. Why don't we?
Please have the beard. Okay, thank God.
Give me power that I might crush my enemies and rend them to naught. I swear a pact to you, O evil one, O fey one. I swear upon my eternal soul, O eldritch one. I will grant you my firstborn child if you will but give me of your power.
It's so come on, man. You can chroma key. It's like I did this the other day because the green screen and like fucking. It's not that hard to change your lighting to actually work better. I had to get 2 different lighting sources in order to make my green screen work and make that not happen. That little thing that happens with his hand.
Okay.
It's just because of color, as far as I'm aware. Because I was using one of my lamps on my desk is able to change color between orange-ish and blue, and I just needed to change the color to a more blue-ish tone in order to make it like more bright, and so it doesn't cast the shadows as much.
Yeah.
Like, or whatever. You use the coloration that's closer to the green. So I don't know, man. It might not be as simple as I thought, but it might be. Oh, you Aiden, you still in the room?
Oh. Technically, you are walking away from me.
It seems as though we've lost our boy.
Yeah, that was very fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have never worked with a green screen before, so I have no comment.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just this is more of a nitpicky thing anyway, to be fair. But it's very distracting. And I hope he doesn't move his hands around as much throughout the video.
Well, I mean, it's how to be a great GM. He moves his hands a lot.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't know.
So should we keep going, or should we wait for Aiden to come back? I figure we should probably wait for him to come back because it's.
Oh, he's back in the watch together.
Oh,
but
there he goes.
He's gone on Discord. Hey! Yep. Yeah, no, I'd rather him like be right here.
Yeah. Certainly for the beginning.
Exactly. Like otherwise he loses a lot of context.
Yeah.
But yeah, so having seen this now twice, this beginning intro bit, I actually what's important, and I will check, is when this video came out, because that kind of changes the relevancy of if this is the only options that he has, right? Because what's it called? Xanathar's Guide for 5e added in the Celestial Patron, I believe it is. Which is the hey, you're able to heal now, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
you're basically just a more wizardy cleric, basically.
How you doing there, Aiden?
Brief power outage, not power outage, internet outage.
Yikes.
Oh,
okay.
But as I was gonna say before my internet death so rudely interrupted me, firstborn child for a 1d10 cantrip is a lot better deal than you'll find with most Warlock patrons.
Yeah, I was just...
That's not that bad.
Yeah, like, why is it always... I don't really care about my firstborn child. Like, I'd rather give you my firstborn child than my soul, so...
Well, the answer, I think, to that being that your firstborn child is still like the heir to all of your estate. So you're promising that everything that you have you will retain for now, but as soon as you die, your entire net worth basically goes to them.
Yeah.
Which honestly, like, I'll be dead.
Yeah, I'm dead. I don't need it.
Yeah, it's one of those things of how, if you are the person, how attached are you to
your lineage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is important to a lot of people.
Yeah. But in the modern world, where you can promise your firstborn child to some dark power and then just go, all right, well, I'll have like 3 kids and, I won't care about Malice Darkblade, my first child, but then my other 2 children, Greg and Steve, I'll love them.
Yeah,
and I'll fucking name my first one Monkey D. Luffy because I fucking hate him. His first name is fucking Monkey. Not because like I have nothing against Monkey D. Luffy, but God, his parent like quoting fucking Purple Eyes WTF. My name is Monkey. My parents hated me.
It's like, yeah, sure, I'll give you my firstborn kid. Gonna name him Dickface, though.
Yep. And you're
Oh.
a fucking Eldritch Abomination. You can't just walk into a court and be like, "Hey, can I change this kid's name?"
Sure, I'll sell my firstborn child for huge riches on Earth. Gonna name it Jaya 12, though.
I was
yeah.
also gonna say, usually in those cases, they have a little bit more power over you in that instance, right? Like they'd be like, "Hey, yeah, your firstborn. Also, if you fuck over me with like not giving your firstborn everything, ooh, I'm gonna be ooh, that's not great." But
I should have put it in the contract.
well, that's the thing
Yep.
with the patrons like that, unless it's an actual fiend, right? Because they care about the letter of the law.
Yeah, they will obey their contract.
Exactly.
Eldritch Abomination don't give no fucks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Eldritch Abomination and the Fae will be like, man, hey, remember when we were cool? Yeah, I'm not so cool with that anymore.
Yeah.
Remember all those?
I don't know. Depending on the origin of which Fae you're screwing over, though, like they may be like, we not so cool, or they may be like, I gotta respect the hustle.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is very true.
Like Sealy Court, no, that's a big no.
Yeah. But yeah, again, my initial complaint is more of a nitpick, and I'm looking now, and Xanathar's came out in 2017, and this was made in 2018. So if he doesn't also include like Celestial Warlock, right? Like thinking about that, then right when he's trying
like
to,
as long as he doesn't like make a big complaint about that.
Exactly. Like if he's upset that that's not being played correctly as well, I'll be like, okay. But if he doesn't mention it at all, then I'll wonder, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hello and welcome to this episode of How to Be a Great Player. Well, the Warlock. It has been asked for by you since I started this series, as a matter of fact, on the different classes. Why the horns? Well, I feel Warlock should have horns. That's just my personal take. Now, I have as yet to see a Warlock being played correctly. And I'm going to tell you why in a little bit. Warlocks are similar to priests in a lot of ways. At least from a narrative perspective anyway. A warlock has made a pact with a power, with an entity, with a being that has the capacity to bestow power upon the warlock. In exactly the same way that the priest has made supplication, has made a lifelong commitment to a god, and the god gives the priest power in return for that.
This is an interesting thing, because I did this once for a player back when I ran a different game. I was like, my player was like, hey, so can I make a deal with a god and be a warlock? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. It's kind of the same thing. I don't see why you couldn't just say, instead of becoming a cleric, right, and becoming like that kind of thing, why not just become a warlock for a god?
Like for me it makes total sense, because a god is clearly going to have different, I guess, classes of servants doing different things. They'll have paladins, and they'll have clerics, and they'll have warlocks. But at the end of the day, like, say the god is Bahamut, right? Wants justice through the realm, so the paladins help enforce that, but also want to help the downtrodden, so that's what the clerics are for. And then warlocks provide a nice little mesh.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's one of those things where I'm already kind of feeling weird about this, right? Because it's like, I don't know. Again, this seems like a more subjective kind of video, because a warlock can be played however they need to be, because it depends on the pact, it depends on the backstory of the pact, it depends on how that character is going to be dealing with it, right? If it's a favorable relationship, if it's unfavorable.
Like their god,
Exactly. So like, and for the horns thing, cool, sure. If you want your warlock to have horns because of the pact, go for it, right?
Depends on who you made the pact with, because like I don't know if making a pact with Fae would give you horns, but whatever.
It could be like ram horns, or deer horns, something.
That's true.
It's
goo is definitely not, though. You may get tentacles or extra eyes, but horns are sort of low on the list of the veritable bevy of augmentations that you could get, if any.
Yeah, if it's like Oubliex or something, right? Like, it's just like, why would I have horns? Unless they're goo horns? So they're not really horns, they're just like gooey, gross things?
Black Goat of the Woods may be willing to give you some horns.
Yeah.
Or maybe cloven feet.
Yeah, so...
Well, that would be cool.
Ooh, yeah.
Although now I want to make a warlock who worships, or made a pact with a slime god now.
Yeah. They're just really, really slimy whenever they're sweating. It's just like,
they sweat all the time.
Yeah.
or be, you know how
make charisma their dump stat.
Well, here's
Even
my
though
idea for it. If you make a warlock of a slime god, think of that species of frog that's see-through.
Oh yeah.
And it's like that. So they're like really sensitive to sunlight. They walk around with this really dark cloak, and they're really shy about taking it off because they never knew that was gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, and so they like, it still has like the same texture as like human skin. It's like wetter and more pliable, but it's see-through.
Yeah.
That would be weird and cool.
One of the one of the characters I've always wanted to play, and I sort of have waiting in the wings, is the Clariclock, which is a child who was promised to like a great old one or something. His soul is basically fated for that power.
Right.
And as such, he can sort of tap into that power. However, he doesn't want his soul to go there. So he's taken up sort of a pious life and devoted himself to being a cleric of a good aligned god. And you get to have sort of your cake and eat it too, and you have like the two higher powers that are warring for your soul, and it's a lot of like good little bait for the DM to put hooks in.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one day, one night your patron's like, hey man, you gotta go burn down that orphanage. And then you're like, God is just like, yo dude, don't do that, man.
Gotta burn that.
As you're on your way to the orphanage with the torch, the god's like, hey, by the way, there's a kid in there that like needs to grow up.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Like, he'll kill everyone but the kid.
Yeah, so it's like, best of both worlds, I guess. But yeah, the other thing actually that I'm interested to see is if he talks about Hexblade at all, because a lot of people that I've seen are like, Hexblade's kind of weird. Like, I like Warlock, but like, let's talk about Hexblade. And I'm over here going, well, all right. I mean, Hexblade's okay. Like, I don't see why there's... Like, why not have a sentient sword that is your patron that gives you all this power?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Devotion. So warlocks have these patrons, these deities, these aliens, these beyond the pale creatures. And I haven't yet seen a warlock being played that's acknowledged that. Oftentimes the warlocks are just played because they've got cool powers and abilities, and the players want to explore that, rather than the pact that has been made. Now, that creates a very interesting character and a very dangerous character at the same time. So let's unpack why that is the case. So if we look at the merits of the warlock has at its base one of the most interesting character backgrounds that it could possibly have. Your warlock, in order to exist, has to have made a pact with a being of supreme power.
Mm-hmm.
That's a backstory. You don't have to worry about almost anything else except answering the question, how did your character make that pact?
Well, also why?
Yeah, why, and but
Like-
yeah.
Like, what drove them to such a degree that they needed to make the pact?
Yeah.
Was it just on a whim? Right?
We should follow this up with Z Bashu's thing on Warlocks.
That's a really good video. It's about Eldritch Blast, but yes,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That one's like a minute, right?
it's pretty
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, sure.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
easily. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, again, I
It's
agree.
more about why, less than how.
I agree that how is important, but I think both why and how are important, right? Like, how did you come about the knowledge to contact your patron and you know, actually summon this connection in order to, or summon it or him or whatever, right? Like, it's important to go like, well, I was a peasant one day and then I became a warlock. It's like, how? How the fuck did you do that, right? Like, did it come to you? Did you go to it, right? There's a whole...
I was cleaning my basement and I found a book down there and I read it and because I could actually read and
Right.
then I read an incantation and whoops, I'm a warlock.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if that happened, then that's a comical kind of character, right?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, he's just kind of here now.
My
Whoops.
first Eldritch Blast was when I sneezed.
And now every
Oh,
time
my
I
damn
cast
couch.
it, I have to sneeze.
Somebody, please stop me. I have no idea what I'm doing.
That would be a very interesting character. But yeah.
Magic is a curse. I just want to be a peasant.
Oh, dude, yeah. Like, they're on their quest in order to figure out how to sever the connection because they just want to go back
how
to
to break the
normal
back.
life, dude.
And as they're going through adventuring and getting more powerful, he's like, ah,
Yeah, the entire time he's like, guys,
wasn't doing this yesterday. Guys, it's getting worse.
for some reason,
I thought
my
you said
patron,
these essential oils would help.
my patron keeps giving me more shit, and I still don't understand it. Yeah.
I told my mom she shouldn't have vaccinated me as a child.
Oh no. Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
How did they make that pact? And here you can go ballistic. So you can have this amazing backstory as to how your character came to be the conduit through which this alien entity, this supreme being, is expressing itself on the planet.
Agreed.
Very different from a cleric or a paladin or anyone along those lines, because this being is specific to you. It's not like a deity who has thousands and thousands of worshippers. It is a pact made between you and this being.
Could be, yeah.
Now that, apart from the backstory, allows you to create the being. You should be doing this with your GM, of course, chatting to the GM and saying, well, how do we do this? What is the being's power? Where does it come from? If the GM will tell you that information, the GM obviously will work it out for themselves as well, so they can give you a much more interesting story. But you have this phenomenal starting position in terms of your character's story. The character themselves, over time, changes, they morph, they evolve, they gain the powers that their entities bestow upon them. These are not magical effects, these are actual effects, actual changes that start to manifest in the warlock over time, making it a lot more of a direct involvement between the warlock and their patron.
So does he just mean the powers themselves are the change, and that's the that's the direct thing?
I think he's trying to say that physical mutations actually happen, which
I mean, they can.
They can, but that's homebrew.
Yeah, that's the thing,
raw.
because I remember I read, what was it? In fact, when I was reading in 3.5 once in the Deities and Demigods book, I think it was, because that's one of the ones that I own. It was talking about how worshipping certain gods, if you were like clerics of them, you could find yourself having different mutations, just to show that you were worshippers of them. I think it was in that. It might have been in something else as well. I don't know, but or maybe it was for demons or devils when you worship them. Regardless,
that would make a little bit more sense, but yeah,
yeah, demons especially, given the whole like corruption aspect that they bring to the table.
So like, sure, you could have physical mutations if you wanted. I don't see why you wouldn't. Like, you wouldn't be able to, even like this is a purely character choice or player choice for your character, depending on whether, well, it's also so
if a player came to me and said, hey, I would sort of like my character to start getting some physical mutations, maybe at certain levels, to reflect like my devotion to my patron,
right,
or maybe to like really drive home his like corrupting influence, I'd be totally down for implementing that into the campaign. But you're also going to have to be aware that if you walk into the middle of like a religious abbey with goat horns and cloven hooves, then like people there may not be so happy to see you.
Yeah, exactly.
What? I look, okay. My dad was a satyr. Look, okay. My mom got drunk in a forest one time. Fuck the satyr. I happened. Okay.
Yeah.
It's fair enough.
You want to do like a fucking blood test or something? No? Okay, good. Because if you did, then I would have fucking boiled from the demonic energies and it being in a church. What do you mean demonic energies? No, I mean satyr alcohol.
Face stuff. Face stuff.
Yeah.
Face stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so don't do that.
But yeah,
besides, I don't want to bleed all over your nice temple.
I would absolutely love to see that unwilling warlock. He wakes up one morning and he's got like webbed fingers and he's like, oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. That like, definitely if the player is willing to have this happen, and if they don't think of specific things, right, and they just go, hey, DM, could I maybe have physical mutations happen to me, like, as I get more powerful? And the DM goes, yeah, dude, I got that, you know? Like, that's totally fair. Absolutely. I see nothing but fun from that, right? Like,
by the time that they're level 20, they look like a Kuatoa.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Hell
like,
yeah.
very much good. So it's one of those things where, yes, could be a thing, depending on if it's wanted or not. And honestly, if the patron wants it or not, right? Because, like, what?
I just imagined a guy who, the unwilling warlock, goes into town and he's like level 14, so like barely recognizable as human anymore. And the people are like, what is wrong with you? Stay back, beast. And he's like, guys, you need to understand, I don't like this. Please believe me, do detect evil and good on me, do whatever you need to, but please understand.
Like, look, I fucking hate this too. Okay?
I am just as afraid of me as you are of me.
I hate this just as much, if not more, than you. I have to live with this.
Exactly.
You just have to look at it. And only
kids used to like me.
I used to have prospects of raising a family, and now I can't even understand. Well, for some reason, I can understand the things that would actually want to be my family.
Have you ever had a moment where you look at someone and you speak in the wrong language, and then you're like, oh right, that's not common? Try being at a bar and a cute girl walks up to you and you like respond in abyssal.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my last Saturday night. What did you do? Oh, you were in bed with your family. Okay. Start like start guilt tripping the guards to let you into the city.
Exactly. But yeah. Let's continue on here.
Yeah.
Again, priests have this with their deities, as do clerics, paladins, but not to the point that it has.
Is it playing for you guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you left the
okay.
room.
Oh,
Weird. I'm still in it on my end. I'll reload.
Yeah. It's one of those things, man. You know. We deal. You good now?
It's still loading.
Okay. Oh, wait. But again, just to reiterate, yeah, if he's talking about just physical manifestations, then sure.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it can be something that adds to your character.
Mm-hmm.
If he's talking about just having the powers in general, then yes, they're important and they'll change who you are just based on how your character uses them.
Yeah.
Right? Like what their motivations are beforehand, and if that changes because of the fact that they have power now.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, power can corrupt.
And absolute power.
Corrupts absolutely. It says that you dropped again.
Yeah, I'm turning off ad block, which normally is not an issue on here.
Yeah, I did that too, just to like fix.
You sure it's not your internet again? Like starting to fuck up?
Could be one or the other or both.
It could
Yeah.
be literally anything. By the
Could
way,
be Ethel down the street.
by the way, lovely listeners, hey, welcome back to Circle Time. Discord has for some reason thought to change their mistake, which is very preferable, and make circles a thing again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty cool.
Because as we all know, circles are cooler than squares.
Contrary to that song that everyone knows, obviously.
Yes, indeed. What is it? It is elbow to be triangle.
That's it. That's the one.
The leg bone connects to the neck bone.
Right.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's true. I think that was the third verse.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I mean, I could be less right. I'm not sure.
I think they were having some warlock bodily augmentations of
Right.
their own.
Exactly. And they wrote a song about it, and that was back when magic existed. And unfortunately, we're in that age where it's kind of stopped.
70s were a wonderful time.
Yeah.
There's some kind of magic going on. All right. You're in. Are you loaded? Are you at 4:14? That's the question.
In the Warlock.
Aiden.
Oh no!
Again, dude?
Okay, I think again.
Aiden, my guy.
It's his internet again.
It's
Another
his
hour
internet.
outage.
Yep, it's gotta be some sort of time where the internet has decided, hey man, fuck you.
Fuck all of you. God damn it.
It's cool, man. We deal with it all the time.
But not during the holy podcast.
I know.
The sacred podcast.
I have solved the source of the issue.
Was something downloading?
Origin, which was not open, decided to update Apex.
I am so glad I uninstalled that piece of malware, dude. Like, like it acts so much like it every fucking time.
Gave me a dropped a fat 8.4 gigabyte update in my lap because season 5 is starting.
Gotcha.
And then apparently Origin also now needs to update as well.
Well,
God.
It can wait.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
All right, so we're on like 4:15. I'll drag it back a little bit more. 4:08. Here we go.
Warlock over time.
You good?
The video is loading, however, a lot faster this time.
Hey, that's good. Preferable to.
There we go.
Okay, cool.
It is at 6:42 for me. Oh, there we go. 4:08.
Okay, I was gonna say should not be
there. We go.
Went to 5:19, 4:27.
Yeah. Okay. We're good. Okay, here we go.
And their patron. Again, priests have this with their deities, as do clerics, paladins, but not to the point that it has this personal involvement. The patron is is morphing, is molding the warlock for an end, for a purpose. The patron doesn't just give the warlock powers for no reason.
Neither does the god.
Yeah.
The god has a reason. It's because either they're devout or they've sworn to the god because of some sort of past thing that happened, right? They turned to the god. It could be that they were super devout all their life, or that they just came upon it. Right?
Give me a power so that I may take up a sword in your name.
Exactly.
Blood will rain from the heavens.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, like legitimately, it could be that they've known about the god forever and they just never really heard it until one day the god was like, "Hey, dude. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey,
by the way, you're a chosen one.
You know,
what do you mean you have a happy household? No.
No, dude. Unfortunately,
I'm sending some people to come pick you up, and when they show up, get in the wagon.
Exactly. Like, I don't know if you know this, but there's a whole threat that's coming to your town, and you better get ready, dude. Because you're the one who's going to drive them back.
Yes, you barely pubescent tween. You're the chosen one.
Exactly.
How about you get that ragtag group of friends together and defeat the Dark Lord?
Yeah.
But only after you finish high school, though.
Yes.
You got to get there, but
Either
I will
that
guide
or
you.
During.
I will. Yeah, you got to make it back to class every day.
Yeah.
But between then and now, you better be fighting evil, okay?
What's it matter if you kill Sigmar the Destroyer if you miss calculus?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You can't retake that shit.
No.
You'll get held back a year.
Yeah.
And then what about your fucking college prospects, man?
I care about you, but I also care about the world.
But a little bit more about your education.
Exactly.
And no, I will not help you cheat.
No, I'll guide you. I'll make sure that no one disrupts you while you're studying, but if you don't fucking study, I swear to God.
As long
I swear to me.
as it's not a as long as it's not a big-titted transfer student, that is.
Yeah, well,
then it's fine.
in that case, I mean, we have things that we got to talk about, obviously.
But only if she has dubious background origins from a rival god or goddess.
Exactly.
Yes. Christ.
Oh, look at that. She was Sigmar's niece all the while. Surprising no one.
I
but
knew
she's
it.
in love with you. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I also knew that would happen.
She spills half her mascara underneath her eyes. Well, consider my surprise.
Anyway.
A grand picture here that the patron can see, the
patron.
deity
patron.
can see, but that
The Patronus. The Patreon.
He keeps, I think this is the fourth different way he's pronounced patron.
Yeah, that was the one that I noticed.
It's not a problem. It's like, dude, just pick
No,
a pronunciation.
I know, it's
Stick
very
with it.
interesting.
Dude.
That's all.
I don't know about patrons, but Patron brings about some
Yeah,
changes to me.
exactly. Patreon, dude.
That's what he's talking about with these physical changes.
Oh, he's changing as he's...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
the player cannot see. So you as the player,
It's just...
7 p.m. on a Friday night, the Warlocks crunk.
It's not because of me, it's because of my patron.
My patron.
It's my Patronus.
Okay. Now I want to have a warlock who constantly pronounces it different ways.
Yeah, it's just...
I wanna have a warlock who's sitting like in a room doing nothing, reading his book, and spontaneously gets drunk.
It's just...
People are like, where were you? It's like, it's the Patron.
It's my Patron.
I gave you water. They like sniff the tankard. What did you do to this?
It's my Patron.
Water to wine, baby.
It's a miracle.
Who the fuck is your patron? Oh, Jesus.
Bacchus.
Don't Don't
think.
worship Bach because he's a shitbag.
Yeah.
The patron can see, the deity can see, but that the player cannot see. So you as the player have this phenomenal story base from which to operate. That now leads us to the negatives.
Okay.
The negatives, of course, is that the Warlock is, and I stand to be corrected here, a fairly tarred with the same brush type of character. One Warlock is pretty much the same as the other. Yes, the pacts manifest themselves in different ways. To a degree,
Disagree with you on that.
Everyone has still got a pact. Everyone has still got a supreme deity that they're working through. You could argue
Hexblades!
priests or...
Well, technically, I would say that there's some sort of supreme, quote-unquote, deity-ish thing.
Because otherwise, they wouldn't be able to give you the power that you use.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I wouldn't call something that I could put in a closet and forget about for 500 years of supreme deity.
Well, to be fair, again, I think that they are transcendent from just being a sword, right? They don't exist as just a sword. They're a sword that has all that fucking power, and so they exist somewhere else.
They are like awakened swords, you could say, yes.
Mhm.
However, it doesn't change the fact that the sword can't fly, the sword can't walk.
So
the
again,
sword can't open a door,
again,
unsheath itself.
I think that's a very presumptuous thing, because I don't think the sword itself that the Warlock uses is the sword, right? Because the sword gives them the power, or whatever item it is, right? Gives them the power, but it's never explicitly stated that what you have is that sword.
Or is
Right.
that patron specifically?
The patron gives you the power, right?
Yes.
Like, the sword is the patron, and the sword gives you the power, and the sword is that powerful, but it's not necessarily the same thing, right?
So essentially, the patron is in another dimension, and the sword is the
Could
link
be.
between you and the patron.
the bridge.
Essentially,
Yes,
Yeah.
could very well be. Yes.
yeah, that's
Um,
how I choose to think about it.
Sure.
That being said, though, if it weren't, and the sword was actually just like a bitchin' good, like conscious sword,
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine how cool it would be to have a warlock whose patron is an insane sword.
Yeah.
Who used to have a warlock long ago, and the warlock was freaked out when the sword started speaking to him.
Sure.
So he like threw it in like a building or like a basement or something somewhere, and your warlock became a warlock because they were like, "Huh, that's cool," and they picked up the sword, and the sword has spent so long in isolation that it's fucking crazy now.
Yeah.
And then the sword's just like, "All right, you're my chosen."
Yeah. Totally.
Never taken me off your body.
Yeah. Totally. That could very well be the case. Absolutely. Oh, hey, my dog's here. Hello.
Oh,
Give it a pat for me.
the fourth host.
the fourth host, the mythical fourth host.
And by far the audience favorite.
But yes, absolutely, very well could be. That's the thing. The hexblade itself can be however you want it to be, right?
Yeah.
Which is the thing with all of the patrons, right? Like, it's completely customizable in a way.
Yeah. But I do agree.
Yeah.
I do agree with him in the fact that in the broadest strokes possible, warlocks are all fairly similar. Just
Exactly.
in that thing where it's like they all have a patron. They all have this,
Yes.
and that's always the backbone of your story. You can change it to be whatever else you want, but they all share those couple threads of commonality.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They're all casters. They all took Eldritch Blast at level 1.
Yeah,
exactly. Every single one of them.
And if they didn't, you kill them instantly, and then they roll up another one and take it. No.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
So again, like you said, broadest strokes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can see the similarities between them, but that's looking at it so broadly that you're not looking at how each character is. Because every character is somewhat unique.
You're looking at the picture, not the details.
Exactly.
All priests have the same gods. All priests have gods, so they're pretty much the same. Yes, except that the Warlock's power base is much more limited in terms of the spells they have access to, in terms of the abilities they have. So for me, a Warlock is a fairly cookie-cutter styled beast. Warlocks are Warlocks are Warlocks. Now, I know that sounds a bit silly because wizards are wizards are wizards. Not really. You get different types of fighters, different types of paladins, different types of clerics, different types of wizards, but you get pretty much the same type of warlock. They've made a pact, and that pact is going to manifest in a specific way because the entity is giving power to this person, the warlock.
Okay, sure. Give me a second. I gotta have my duck go back upstairs because she's like down here now, and she's like, "Hey, I need to go back up, but I don't want to leave without you." So
Okay.
give me a second.
Escort the fourth host from the room.
Yeah, I can't really find myself agreeing with him here.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, sure, a lot of warlocks are the same, but like you have just as much variability with their background
Yeah.
as you do with a fighter, a ranger, or literally any other
Oh,
class.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
Sorry about
that.
I
Rogues.
think, hello. Um, so as I was saying to Boo, I really don't agree with him on this point simply because no class has more or less potential for variability in backstory.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would also say that given that you all do have a pact or a link somehow or other, whichever you want to call it, whichever works best for your character,
Mm.
you also gain even more degrees of freedom for how unique your character is in like how you feel about your patron, how your patron feels about you. Are you conscious of your patron? Is your patron conscious of you?
Right.
Oh man, that'd
There's
be cool. Have a
there's
patron like Azathoth who doesn't even fucking know.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
totally.
and you hope that they never find out about you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. That's
Anyway.
typically how I play most of my Gulocks.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, ooh boy, hope they don't find out about this Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep messing around with all their shit and keep getting more power from them, but man, oh man, if they look at me, whoo!
Or even have like, if you treat your patrons like wealth, or sorry, your patron's power as if it were like wealth,
Mhm.
then you could maybe have some sort of like fiend friend who does the equivalent of like cooking the books for you and makes it so the Lord never notices any power missing. And while technically you owe your soul to like the archdevil, you really owe a lot more favors to the little imp who's walking around with a big old tome and is going like, hey, well, remember when he didn't notice that 3rd level spell slot last week? You're gonna
Right.
owe me for that.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my god, I love it.
That's super. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is a very strange point.
There are so many options that are given to you.
Yeah, and looking at it in just one way is very limiting.
Yeah.
So I find warlocks from that perspective can be fairly cookie cutterish, and you have to really work on them to make them feel different. Now, they also are not a specific, they're not damage dealers necessarily, they're not party protectors, they're not controllers, they're not tanks, they're not fighters, they're not DPS. They're a mixture that puts them in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
So that is also a negative.
Is
it? How's that a negative?
Yeah, is that a negative?
It doesn't.
Is it?
It doesn't have to be. Like,
Yeah.
if you're in a party and they've already got everything, every role, quote unquote, and you care about like the role of the party, right?
Yeah.
If you care about that and everybody's filled the specific roles of tank, DPS, fucking healer, right? Like any of that stuff.
You get to pick 2 and be off damage, off healer.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're a celestial warlock, you get the ability to now heal people. if you want to. So you can help the cleric a little bit. If you pick Hexblade, you can be more of a frontline-ish melee fighter, right? Like
pick Misty Step and help the rogue.
Exactly. Like there's so many different things you can do because of these patrons that you just become that off whatever. And
not to mention that also it's a very stress-free role to pick.
Yeah.
Class to pick, I should say, because it's like, oh, we've already got everything filled. Okay, I'll just play whatever. I'll just do whatever you need me to do.
Sure.
That's really chill and fun.
Or even if because I've played in some campaigns where we didn't have a lot of players, and I still played a Warlock starting out because A, Warlocks are my favorite, and B, I was like, I'm not sure how the party dynamic is going to quite line up in terms of combat and roleplay and stuff like that. So I will pick Warlock, which allows me to dip into both.
Yeah, totally.
It is a class that shines at no particular role very strongly, but you most always have a high charisma, which can be good for getting yourself into or out of trouble. You have fucking utility spells up the wazoo. Sure, yes, limited spell slots, but you are a very balanced thing. On the hexagon of what you can do, you are a perfect hexagon with no fighters have combat potential, right? And they'll look more think like Pokemon with IVs and EVs when you optimize those, the hexagon.
I'm thinking of back when they did I don't know if they still do, but when you had to feed specific poke food in order to make them more cool, beauty, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, puffins.
Puffins, that's right, puffins.
Puffins are an endangered species. Fuck no.
Sorry, puffins.
There we go.
Excuse me.
But what the Warlock does is they are not going to have the highest spike in any direction, but they are perfectly well rounded.
Yeah, exactly. And
they're a circle.
You
sorry. I
don't. You can specifically take things in order to make them more damage or tanky, right? Something like you taking false life or taking whatever spells that make it so that you are tankier / you can give healing / all that kind of stuff. You can definitely specify and make yourself a little bit more like that, but you still have the other things you can fall back on.
Yeah.
And the whole limited spell slots thing does not it's not that big of a deal just because you don't have to worry.
Rest.
Yeah, exactly. You can just get them back on a short rest. So it's incredibly easy to keep your spells. And I think honestly, the ability to use a lot of spells just on a whim makes it so you don't really have to use your spell slots a lot of the time.
Not to mention invocations, which basically get you free spells passively.
That's what I was meaning, yeah.
Yeah.
Just being able to do those for free. You don't have to worry about it. And, again, you use cantrips a lot. Use a cantrip a lot as a warlock, but you can also use some other cantrips depending on the pact that you choose, right? Because you can even the pacts themselves even give you so much variability because of Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Chain, Pact of the Tome, right? With Pact of the Blade, you are okay, I'm gonna look at this one weapon and hey man, it's mine. And it becomes whatever I want it to be, and I can just go pew pew. And if I take this specific invocation, I can even make it be bows and go pew pew. I have a bow now. And then you're more of a combat focus. And then with the Pact of the Chain, you can have it be more kind of roleplay-ish focus / you're more of a watcher because you can use your familiar a familiar for a wizard, and you can look through them and all that shit, and they can tell you shit and
help through them.
Sometimes the familiar itself is intelligent. You have a pseudo dragon, or can you get an imp?
Yeah, you can also get closets.
Yeah, I don't know if closets are Are they intelligent? I don't remember
Yeah,
what their
so
They're
intelligence score is.
intelligent. Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the thing that they mention in Morden Canons is that quasits who are familiars to wizards and warlocks will always try to like lead them to darker and darker
Right.
deeds.
Yes, you're right. So yeah, you can have them actually like have independent thought so that you can play with that. Or you can have the Pact of the Tome where you get more spells that you can use for either combat or roleplay. You know, like there's so many things that you can do just with that one bit of Warlock. That it's just like
No, personally, and this is my take, but if you're going to play a Pact of the Tome Warlock, play a wizard. Like,
Eh.
I know, Alejo, you're fond of Pact of the Tome. I've seen you take it a couple times.
Have you?
There was one campaign where we were dual warlocks, and you were like, "Hell yeah, Pact of the Tome," and I was like, "That's weird." I think it was you.
Maybe. I know I've taken it before just because I wanted the access to more cantrips and like some spells.
Yeah.
Oh
But,
no, it was because I wanted ritual spells too, because you can take the invocation that
maybe.
does that too. Yeah, because there's so much that you can do with that, and you don't have to worry about like the wizard stuff.
But yeah, in general, if I were going to play like a Pact of the Tome Warlock, I just prefer to take Wizard because they naturally get what Pact of the Tome gets anyway.
That's fair.
And you don't like there's no real benefit to Pact of the Tome over Wizard.
So I think the only benefit there would be, as far as I can remember right now without looking at it, is the fact that you can have that that tome. You can just never have to worry about it, in the sense of if you lose it, if something happens to it, you can just summon a new one in an hour.
Is it an hour? I thought it was a day.
No, it's an hour.
Ooh.
I believe. I could be misremembering, but I don't think so.
I shall double check.
Sure. If I'm right, it just makes my brain hurt more. So I think that's the major kind of thing. The only thing that I think, I mean, again, it's just preference of like how you want to play your warlock. I don't think there's, because with a warlock, being able to just get your power from the patron is
1 hour.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. The being able to just have your power from the patron and then have the ability to have just this free spells from invocations, I think is a lot more interesting, in the sense of instead of having the wizard, because the wizard always has to use spell slots for a lot of the spells that are free invocation spells, basically. And so I don't know. It's just up to preference.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Not sure where they stand within the party. They're not sure exactly what they contribute to the party, because it's such a non-specific class, if I can put it that way. So what are the potentials then of this incredibly rich backstoried character who's a bit wishy-washy when it comes to what they actually need to do within the party? Well, the potentials are for an advanced storyline. Your character has got an inbuilt narrative that there is an entity out there somewhere that has significant amounts of power and is using you to express it. Why are they doing that? What's their purpose? They have to have some kind of reason. They're not just going to give anyone, you get some power today. You get some power today. Everybody gets power today.
You could.
They could. That'd actually be super interesting.
Yeah. Like
have this like super chaotic god being like, okay, everybody has power now.
Yeah, exactly. Like a warlock is trying to figure out why they're trying to contact their patron, but they just keep getting power. And they're just like, why the fuck are you doing this? And then once they finally get in contact with them, like they get powerful enough to actually form that connection, then it's just like, oh, hey, dude, I just kind of gave you power one day. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Come on.
No, anyway, I'm gonna go. You do whatever you're doing, and I'll just keep giving you power or whatever.
Yeah.
You could even do like Corvo Atano in the Dishonored series is like the hallmark baby boy of what a warlock is. Given that he's given that the outsider's mark.
Yep.
And then proceeds to start misty stepping all over the place.
Yep.
It'd be that's like another potential like route you can take for patron warlock relations is like, hey, why did you give me that power? It's like it is beyond, even if I told you, it would still be beyond your knowing.
Exactly. It's like, hey, so you know everything you do, and you know how I take you on these little trips sometimes, and I just monologue to you a little bit.
And you get to like try to drown me out as you look at the cool flying whales.
Yeah. And are you listening to me? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, keep doing your thing. It's pretty cool. There is a reason for this, and I will not tell you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to congratulate you last night when you took that left turn on McDougal Street. Like, I've been needing that to happen for years now. Thank you.
The fact that
and you're like, I just walked through there, and he's like, I know, it was fantastic. Thank you.
Exactly. It's just like, what? Aren't you like omnipotent? And he's like, yeah, but I'm not omnipresent, dude. I have to wait for this shit, and I know it's gonna come, but I need it to come faster. And man, oh man, it took you for fucking ever. Could you please go a little faster? It's just like, dude, I mean, I had to go kind of slow because I didn't want to draw attention. He's like, shut up and go faster!
Do you think I care if you die? I will find a new warlock. Maybe this one will be faster. I don't know.
Maybe I should just give him haste permanently.
Yeah, right? Like, maybe I should do something. No, it's not me, it's you.
Summons a book and you see him right into it. Make new warlocks have longer legs.
Maybe try animals next. They go fast.
The next warlock that gets turns into Kobe Bryant, and he's like, what is happening to me?
Yeah, he was like fucking 4'1", and then he's just like, why am I 6 foot?
He was like a fully grown adult.
Yep.
And then like 3 weeks later, he's 6 feet tall and he's walking like a newborn deer.
Exactly.
They're not going to be doing that. Generally speaking, they're going to have a specific goal in mind, and that means that you have the potential for these amazing stories to unfold. It's just about trying to realize those stories and to follow them through. There's a great opportunity for conflict. Now, most of the pacts are with elder gods or fae or alien entities that are outside our realm that are trying to manipulate us. This gives us phenomenal potential for conflict. Far more so than any of the other classes, because the conflict is all through your character's head. The deity of a priest has a manifesto. That manifesto is accessible by everybody. A cleric of an evil priest, of an evil god, is going to do evil things. And anyone can read that book and they can go, oh, yeah, well, he's a cleric of an evil god. That's why he's, cutting off the heads of all those babies. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. No, carry on.
Yeah, that'll do it.
just, excuse me, sir, why are you decapitating all of those children? And he just throws a book at them. They catch it, they start reading, they're like, okay, carry on.
He's a cleric of Vecna.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like,
I thought you're supposed. Now wait, it says here you're supposed to be more secretive. Okay.
Oh wait! Oh, you're gonna kill me now because I know.
Okay, well, I can't fault you there.
Right.
Right.
Right. Well, I'm gonna fight for my life now, so.
So, do you have any difficulties concealing your evil ways? Oh, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Right.
Right.
Wow. Right.
No, wow. I am fighting for my life.
I seem to have angered a dark god. Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, this all can again, like a cleric might. So it depends, right? You can play your cleric to follow a god, but not follow it to the letter. I don't know, man. You can play a warlock to follow a patron, but not to the letter, right? Where they make some sacrifices against what the patron wants, but for good reasons, and then they might suffer a bit because of it, but ultimately they did that because they chose to. I don't know. You can do something like that. I agree with his points on the story being a big cool thing that you can do. Absolutely. Right? Like having a patron that is either conniving or somewhat against the world in general but that's the thing. Why are you with this patron? Right? Like is this a willing thing? Are you also evil? Is this because it was the only way? Like there's the why aspect again.
You also run into the issue too of he's like, oh well, you can have a manifesto of the god, and that manifesto is well known.
But what if it's not?
But like, well, I was gonna say like counter to that, what if the party is dispatched to deal with a group of cannibals? And when they burst into the room, he sees a statue of his patron, and he goes, "Oh, like, whoopsie. Do you guys serve this guy too?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, do you?" And he's like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Oh, dude, come on, dig in. Like, here's a leg." And he's like, "Ah."
I might serve, but I don't serve that much.
Yeah.
I do not serve.
No, he's not Cetra. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. It's there's that, but I was also thinking because I had a cleric who was of a forgotten god once that I was going to start weaving into. Unfortunately, the game fell apart, but I was gonna start weaving into like her trying to find basically shrines of the past in order to kind of bring them back to glory and bring back awareness to this god, right? And like try to bring them back into the consciousness so that they can grow in power again. And all
And
that
then
kind of
when
stuff.
when the god's big on the forefront, you're like, "Hey, I'm the guy who practically brought you back."
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things of like a lot. You can have this, but you can also have other things. So maybe look at it's a little harder to do, but maybe not limit yourself to one certain section. Maybe look at it on a broader sense.
Expand your horizons.
No, you're all right. We know what you're doing. We know why you're doing it. A warlock does not have the same luxury. A warlock's communication is generally almost one way. The great entity speaks through the warlock into the world. The great entity uses cloud formations as one of the examples given in the book to communicate with the player's character, but only that character can see it. Everybody else just sees cloud formations. So there's a huge potential for a Frankenstein-like story to happen, where the player's character is Frankenstein's monster. You are being imbued with power to enact poor old Victor Frankenstein's plan of whatever.
That's
but you can fight back. You can.
That has nothing to do with the story of Frankenstein.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think he's just equating it to Frankenstein made a monster and then he asked it to do something, and like only the monster
the thing
can do it.
He didn't
essentially
ask the monster to do anything.
Okay.
No,
Never mind.
no. The whole plot of Well, he did ask the monster to do something, and that was to die.
Yeah, that's true.
And Adam was like, "Nah, dude,
Nah,
gonna
dude.
kill out a whole tribe of Eskimos and your kid cousin though."
Hey man, could you make me a wife though?
Yeah. Hey, dude, don't mind me as I'm like eating this dog in your garage shed.
Yeah.
Could you make me like a little side piece or something?
I need a honey, and we're gonna make baby, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and then we're going to go to South America, and we're
Mhm.
going to rule over there like kings.
Mhm.
And oh, what's that? You don't want to do it? Oh, hold on. Let me hold your fiance hostage.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It's a whole. It's a little. Like, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to use the generalization that a lot of people don't even think about. Like the fact that people know Frankenstein, they're just gonna equate it to being like, oh yeah, okay, I understand, because Frankenstein made a monster, and then he tells her what to do because he made it, right? It's like, well, yes, I mean, in a sense, he could have done that, I guess, but he didn't, and so if you actually knew the story, this doesn't make sense. But I understand that he's using it in the broadest sense to just make you understand what he's saying. But if you have any sort of knowledge, then you're like, that's not right. But yeah, I don't know.
Rallied. And there's nothing that says to me that the Warlock can't ultimately hunt down the entity that is giving them power and destroy the entity to take the entity's place. That's a huge, huge potential storyline. I mean, that's fantastic. That's wonderful.
Sure, yeah, no, it could be a storyline.
Yeah, I was actually thinking earlier on in the video about a good aligned warlock going through and like helping the party gain power to eventually take out the warlock's patron.
Yeah.
And then I was considering like, well, does the warlock then sacrifice his magical powers for the good of the realm, or does he like try to mantle the god?
Exactly. Like, what? It could be a storyline, or they could be totally fine with just being the vassal forever, or like.
It was when we were talking actually, I think, about how the god is like omnipotent but not omnipresent,
right?
And the fact that he's like, oh dude, thank you for going left down that street the other day.
Yeah.
And all of the things that are happening are actually the machinations of the warlock's patron, like oh yeah, no, because you like kicked a pebble down that street 3 months ago, there's now thanks to me controlling the butterfly effect, there's now a war over here that you're currently fighting to stop. And like stakes get higher and higher until the point where they're facing down that patron with help of other gods. And then Warlock sacrifices his magical power to put a great evil to rest.
Yeah, very much good.
Right.
So again, yeah, very good potential.
Dude, all warlocks are the same though.
Yeah, again, like, very good potential story if that's how your warlock was and is going to be. Like, I don't know. I don't know about everyone else, but I don't plan out my character, like his whole life story, right? I kind of go from what's going on with my character and what, like, if I'm a warlock and if my DM is going to have my patron actually give me signs and shit and be kind of like telling me what to do, then I'll judge how my warlock is going to be doing all of his things through that. I'm not going to be thinking, yeah, one day I'm going to take your power over, maybe, because that's what I will do, because that's not in the forefront of my mind. It's just day-to-day stuff, right? And then if it comes to a point of like me going, yeah, my warlock is now at the point where he's like, maybe I should stop my patron, like that could be bad if this happens, right?
Yeah, you start out the game and you're like, "Whoo, boy, hit level 2 this week. Maybe next month I'll be level 3."
Yeah.
But you're definitely not starting out session 1. My warlock. Well, you can make a warlock that from day 1 is gunning for that god.
Yeah.
Which can be cool.
Yeah.
but most warlocks typically don't tend to go on that journey of trying to take out their god unless it is something that the DM plans for the campaign.
Yeah, and again, that is generalizing of like most don't, but we are saying it can happen that you have your warlock in that specific spot in the beginning, right? We're not just kind of going like fucking how to be a great GM is and going this is a thing, and then doesn't address anything else, right?
I would also like to take the opportunity to use what platform I do have to to offer my hot take on warlocks.
Okay.
Much as How to Be a Great GM says warlocks should have horns, and that's his personal take.
Sure.
Something that I would posit to expand possible patrons are things like beholders and aboleths and
Oh, yeah.
Sibriexes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't have to be like supreme beings, but I would say typically they should be magical in origin. But I would be totally down for a player playing a warlock whose patron is a beholder.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me because beholders are way fucking powerful.
Yeah.
And they're also super paranoid, and they're like, I'm not going out there to do all that dangerous stuff. You go.
Totally.
Yeah. It makes sense, especially if you have a beholder that's like ultra powerful that still lives in the far realm or whatever.
Yeah, he's like, if you die, whatever, I'll know immediately, and I'll just make another one of you.
Yeah, exactly. And with the aboleth as well, it'd be like, hey, I'm in a secret cavern underground, in some water, and I would like it if you were to do things in the world so that more water happens, and also it makes me more powerful, right? And then you go, yeah, all right.
Yeah, hey, you happened to be born 19 years ago under this star sign, and that was the night that I tried reaching out with psychic powers to connect with someone and got a baby.
It's you.
Been waiting for the past 18 years.
Could you maybe speed up aging?
Yeah, like, I've been doing what I can to make you mature quickly, and it has not been working.
No.
Get to work.
Yeah, exactly. So
here's a 1d10 cantrip.
go.
Have fun.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with having a lot of other things be patrons because, like, especially like in Celestial, right? He hasn't said anything about these things, which is saddening me. But Celestial is specifically stating like, hey, it could be an angel, right? Like they're not all powerful, but they're pretty powerful, and they give you some of their fucking power, and you can heal people and shit, right?
Yeah.
Or you get the fucking hexblade, and then you're like, hey man, I have a sword.
I got a pretty cool sword.
I'm pretty good at doing sword stuff, but also I can cantrip.
What would you guys think of a hex shield?
Oh, that'd be cool.
So like
Like-
Shield Hero?
Yeah, a warlock that's all about defense.
Yeah, I'd be
that'd
super
cool.
into that. But yeah, here we go.
Absolutely wonderful. So the potentials for
it
the
is.
warlock in story are huge. The potentials within the party, of course, is that they're this slightly mysterious character. And again, that starts to raise warning bells to me. When there is a character who has something going on inside their heads that can control them or that can induce in them to do something that might be contrary to party, I get nervous because it means that you could have a disrupting influence within the party.
So the DM has control.
Yeah,
of
the DM should know that and know what the
influence.
warlock is planning.
Yeah, exactly.
All along.
I don't think at that point. I don't think he's talking about the DM side of it. It's the players and the roleplay side of it.
So again, I would say the DM knows how your player is going to be, right? Because there is nothing that you can like unless you are just not talking to your DM at all. Your DM will know where your character is going.
Yeah.
Also, I started thinking that he was talking about like, oh, I'm the party fighter, and there's this mysterious hooded guy that I saw sacrifice a rat in an alley, and I paid him 5 gold to help me clear out this barrow.
No.
I would be kind of nervous about that too.
Yeah, that
But-
that would be so weird. Why the fuck did you do that, man? We usually go find the other guys in the tavern, and you went into the
Yeah.
alley and you paid this guy
Yeah.
5 gold.
Yeah, he was doing what with the rat?
Yeah, like what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
He's like, me big fight, not very smart.
Oh, this guy has killing potential. I saw him murder the fuck out of a rat.
Exactly, right? Like, we fought rats the other day, and they were much bigger, but he must be
Yeah.
good at fighting rats.
Yeah.
Um,
As a fighter, that would make me nervous. But the word that had to be a great GM is in the middle of saying right now is derail derail, and then ostensibly the campaign.
yeah,
So I would imagine, as a fighter, I'm not going to be worried about the Warlock derailing the campaign, but as a GM, well, I still wouldn't be because I talk to my players about their plans. But
Also, like,
if I were a poorly prepared GM,
yeah,
and in fact not a great GM, then
Yeah.
I would be nervous.
exactly. It's one of those things because as a player, I don't expect that many players are gunning to derail a campaign.
Yeah, it's just not a natural assumption.
I assume they're going to be playing their character and doing it to the best of their ability to continue to do what they need to in the campaign.
And I would assume that the DM is also probably conscious of everything about that player, just as
Exactly.
much as there are with my character.
And like, legitimately, I feel like if they're going to do something, like I will say, since I run a more open world kind of thing, I usually don't have set things, right? And I know some people are more into having an actual linear kind of story, which I also employ linearity when it needs to be, right? When they're in a particular arc, sure, there's linearity. But if they're going to go fuck about and go, hey man, we're gonna go, I don't know, raid a town, I'll be like, cool, all right, this is where this is going, let's do this, right? So I also think it's on the DM to kind of roll the punches a bit to make their story work, because again, it's not really their story, it's everyone's story. And if you write a whole thing, yes, you wrote that is your campaign, but I'm pretty sure you can adapt it to work in whatever situation, unless they like royally fuck up everything, which can happen unknowingly, right?
Yeah.
They can completely derail everything by just doing one little thing, and then you go, well, all that campaign, fuck it, now I gotta write a whole new thing, which is, I mean, that's just how it goes, right? You do the rest of that session off the cuff, and then you think about, okay, so this is how this went, now let's see where we go from here. So, I don't know, man. I don't think this is much of a problem if you have a character who is maybe even slightly against what the party's doing and is doing it like secretly or subconsciously or something. Like, it's just one of those things where I think you account for it when you give their character the fiend, right? And everybody else is good. Like, you asked for this. I'm sure that you prepared for this, and if you didn't, then why did you ask for this?
Yeah, like you can absolutely derail a campaign if you're not good at, well, I wouldn't even say if you're not good at role playing.
Yeah.
You have to be good at role playing to play a very evil character in a good campaign well.
Yes.
Because you have to strike that balance of overt versus more like hidden evils, and how you maintain your character's ideals, and do the actions that your character would do without doing something completely suicidal, like how to be chaotic evil without being chaotic stupid.
Exactly.
And sure, warlocks can have this problem. typically the play that I see the most with Warlocks and do the most with Warlocks is I pretend, or my characters typically pretend to be an off-brand wizard.
Yep.
Because magic in the world, like, it's not common knowledge that, oh, a wizard has 3 spell slots per day at this level.
Mhm.
But like, you could just be like, oh, I'm just a wizard, but I'm not very strong. Ha 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 ha. That's why I do a spell per day, and then I need to rest.
Or a
And-
warlock, right? Or, sorry, no, warlock, sorcerer, right?
Yeah. Or like, even if they are pretending to be a wizard, the wizard's taking a long rest and like flipping through a book, and your character is like, I need to make people think I'm like him, so he takes out like a big, like, voluminous tome,
Right.
and it's like filled with blank pages, and he's just like looking through it pretending to study.
Yep. Exactly. So, again, this is one of those things that I think can be easily overcome with good players and good DMs. I don't think that this is a problem, and if you are having a problem like this, then maybe think about how is this problem manifesting itself? Is it because the players are being disruptive to that point? Are they consciously doing that, or is it just because it's not as experienced, and so they kind of just do these things where it's one of those things of how to put this, they act in a certain way because that's what they think they should be doing instead of doing it more subtly, I suppose. Because, and even if they are sort of chaotic in their nature, they can still be subtle about that. They're like, I will pull an example from our Age of Magic Fur campaign. When Brogan took on Regalia, I think it was, Regalia was chaotic, but she would make sure to wait until other people were sleeping or not around, and then she would do her shit so that people wouldn't go, hey man, or sorry, hey lady, what the fuck are you doing? Right? It's one of those things of, you look at your situation and then you go, hey, I shouldn't do this around my party.
And that's when, if you have problem players, you can run into the issue of the paladin who's like, I never went to sleep. I saw you walking through that alley 3 streets away. And it's like, fucking no,
you
dude.
didn't.
No, you didn't. Shut up.
Yeah, if you have that kind of player, then it's more of a, you have to sit them down and go, dude, what are you doing? Like, let the character have their moment and let the character be their character. And as long as it's not completely, like, against us all the time, like, it's fine.
Right? Yeah, like, the warlock didn't stop you from rescuing that orphan today. Maybe don't stop them from burning down the orphanage tonight.
Yeah, exactly. How would you even know? You were not, I will not allow you to not sleep unless you told me beforehand that you were not sleeping tonight. And you didn't. So, you slept. And hey, guess what? You then heard the town's bell and people running and shouting about getting a water brigade going.
Fire.
Yeah. And like, now you know, but you don't know why there's a fire and where it is. Maybe you can follow the people and help. Right? Like, it's... So, it comes down to know your players, and if you're a player, be kind, like, be conscious and be respectful to your other players and your DM.
Derails the adventures because they're busy stuffing around because their Patreon has said you must sacrifice a Vestal Virgin on the full moon next month, otherwise I'm taking all your power away.
Excuse me, don't mind me. I need you to donate. Everyone needs to donate a gold piece to my Patreon. so that I may have my powers for next.
At the end of the day, it's not about how much the sub cost is. It's 1 gold. Everyone has 1 gold.
Oh no! Oh, I know
God.
exactly what you're referencing.
Yep.
God, no.
Because if I ask you to donate a platinum, right, that's a really nice meal, and the difference between that really nice meal is the platinum.
I hate
But
it. Oh god, I hate it. Oh my god, those fucking idiots. I fucking hate them. All right, let's get back.
but oh shoot, no, never mind, I lost it.
Okay.
Oh, right, no, I found it again.
Okay.
He is 1 iteration from just saying petrol.
You're right.
That derails the adventures because they're busy stuffing around because their Patreon has said you must sacrifice a Vestal Virgin on the full moon next month, otherwise I'm taking all your power away.
Hell yeah.
So there is a potential for party conflict. That's good insofar as the Warlock is maybe a bit more brash or bloodthirsty than the rest of the party, but it could also be bad, in which case the Warlock is working against the party because their deity happened to say so. That would be the fault of the GM to cause that to happen, but the player should know enough to be able to rein it in to try and keep it on track with the rest of the party. However, that might not happen. So that always makes me very nervous that there's a potential for party dissolution because of this.
Yeah, he's totally speaking as a GM.
Yeah, exactly. So again, you should know your players, man.
That's a face.
Yeah, it is. So we've already got over it, and he's slightly went over it. Yeah, the players should know, and the GMs should know. So like, just
know.
Don't let it happen. I guess. I don't know.
Friend that keeps giving them advice. When we come to the types of Warlock, this is where I really, really had to rack my brain and try and think of something that differentiated different types of Warlock.
Oh god, really?
What really comes to mind are the different pacts. A Warlock who's made a pact with a Fey creature as opposed to a Warlock who's made a pact with an alien creature. That's expressed in role-playing. That's not actually expressed in class abilities or in powers and those kinds of
What?
lines.
I thought that was the whole thing.
Yeah, every single Warlock gets their own special. Like, these spells are your spells. Like, they get their own abilities.
The same thing as, like, it's the same thing as a wizard school.
Yeah, there's quite literally what do you mean?
Yeah, what are you on about?
Like,
dude, the only difference between a chain fiend warlock and a tome ghoullock is roleplay. That's it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I don't know about you, but every time I play a Archfey Pact Warlock, I have Dark One's Blessing. Yeah, that's it. It's not like it's the only things that are fucking the only things that are fucking interchangeable are the fucking invocations and some of the spells. Something hit him real hard.
Yeah.
The more I replay that sentence in my head, the funnier it gets. The only difference is in roleplay.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of ridiculous. It's laughable. It is. It's just like literally they made them mechanically different.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I don't know about you, but my Hexblade does not do the same thing. Yeah. It does not do the same thing as a fucking fiend warlock.
I would love to be able to mix and match warlock abilities like that. I would take Hurl Through Hell.
I was gonna say, fucking give me Hurl Through Hell. I don't want a fiend. Fuck it, just give me Hurl Through Hell. It's like,
dude, I still think that Ghoulocks should get Hurl Through Hell, but it should be Hurl Through the Cosmos.
Yeah, totally. I would see no reason why you couldn't substitute. And this is again, this is
psychic damage, but fuck.
Totally. This is like that is like a homebrew thing you can do if you really want to do that, and I would see no issue with it, right? But again, like they all have their specific things, and they're all a little different. I don't know. I think Archfey gives. I think there was something. Fuck, it's escaping me. I would have to go get my book, but they are different. Like, anyone can go into PHP, go to Warlock, and go and look at all the different abilities. So I don't know what he's talking about here. They're all the same.
Like, Jesus Christ, I threw some warlocks at my players that had a hag in the campaign
Yeah.
as their patron. And they all had like nature-based, almost druidic magic.
Yeah. Totally.
Like, fuck, dude, it's not hard.
Let's see.
And, well, I'm sure you can think of many examples of different types of warlock.
Oh!
For me, I've only ever encountered one type, and that's it.
I'm
It's
sorry
the
for you,
history, It's the
man.
background, it's the story that makes it so interesting. The rest, not so much. If you have got different types, please, by all means, put them in the comments below so that we can see just how diverse this character could possibly be.
Dude, I'll paste a fucking 2-page report with works cited.
Like, I will open up this video in another window just to see the comments, but
hello and
fucking what the fuck are you talking about? Like, yes,
Oh,
I agree that they're different because of backstory, and so they can be different because of backstory and stuff, but like that's not the only thing, and they mechanically work there. We've said it. Hurl Through Hell is not the same as oh fuck, what is it that what do you fucking Gulags get? What is their last thing?
Nah, let me look it up.
Yeah.
Wizard. Feats. Races. I got Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer.
A comment by Vested YouTuber. No one's going to give, this is in quotes, no one's going to just give power without reason, end quote, unless they're the friendly aboleth from one of Puffin Forest's D&D stories.
Oh!
Gulags get Create Thrall.
Right, okay. That is nowhere near the same as fucking Hurl Through Hell. Like,
see, Archfey gets Dark Delirium.
Yep.
Like, fuck, man.
I
only have the player's handbook in front of me right now, so I'll not look up like Celestial and stuff
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
But
wow. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how have you seen only one warlock ever? Right? Like, one archetype, I guess.
Because he's only ever played with one warlock.
Right, exactly. Like, does he only play with a single group and the one guy does the warlock, or no one does? Right?
Yeah.
Like,
there was the one campaign where someone played a warlock.
It baffles me. It fucking baffles me.
And then maybe he went to like a local game store and like GM'd a game. Because he was like, I'll enlighten all these plebeians on true D&D. And then, like, there was some first-time player who happened to play Warlock the same way. And then he is like, all Warlocks are the same. # yes, all Warlocks.
Yeah, no, I
like, that's just factually wrong.
Oh, here we go.
All Warlocks are the same. Oh,
Casper Carew, 2 years ago. Quote, Warlocks are cookie cutter and all the same. End quote. Other quote. Warlocks are non-specific, end quote. I love your vids, guy, but you're both wrong and self-contradictory here. Warlocks are like bards, good at a lot of things, and it's the player's job to focus them down. every warlock can be different to the point of seeming like different classes. My warlock is a celestial who puts on armor of Agathis and rushes to the front lines, taking hits and giving hits right back. Oh, cool, yeah. He's a high damage dealer with survivability and healing potential for both himself and his allies. My friend played a warlock who based his magic around assassinating one target, and you could even play a warlock who is based mostly around Eldritch Blast with all the invocations that entails.
Yeah.
Also, each patron gives you a chance to be a much different warlock. My celestial warlock wants to be a hero, and with the power of an angel, is achieving his dream in return for helping people and spreading the good word. Mine even was at odds with his angelic patron for asking him to fight an unreasonably strong dragon. There's chances for conflict or devotion. Maybe your goo warlock, is madly devoted to Cthulhu and will do anything for him. Maybe your fiendish warlock is only in it for power and despises the fiend and all he stands for. Maybe the warlock is looking for a way out of the deal, or their end of the bargain is getting too much to bear. They seem cookie cutter and non-specialized because they are the exact opposite. Clay waiting to be molded into the exact warlock you want. Fucking fantastic point there. Very, very good.
Like, perhaps you guys will remember, the Lovecraft character I ripped off.
Herbert West.
Herbert West, yes. Who, like, loved him some Yogg-Sothoth.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking... Why would you say that they're all the same?
Yeah, again,
Like,
I see it. I see another one here that says, wait, hold on, 1105, your patron doesn't affect your class abilities? Have you looked at the 5e Player's Handbook? like,
Yeah.
I'm seeing more comments like that, like...
There was the one shot with the Dandelions that we played, where I played, admittedly, a card warlock, which is like homebrew that we got
thing
online.
Yep.
But like, I would not call Pakruti anything like Herbert West.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely not.
I must admit, I haven't come across a lot of warlocks, and I've only played them once or twice in my playing history, since they're a fairly recent addition to the entire narrative of fantasy as a playable class. Anyway,
what?
Maybe I'm wrong here.
They're a recent addition? No.
Yeah. What?
They were in 3.5.
I mean, compared to, I guess, like 20 years game experience, they're
I guess
recent.
so. Yeah, but
it's like saying Nintendo is recent.
Yeah. Compared to a Gulak, everything is recent.
Yeah, but again, that's not a real. And again, he's even played the Warlock twice, and yet he's not played it differently each time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
Correct.
It's very telling.
So
yeah, exactly.
We can all improve. When it comes to stories, well, that's part and part of the potential, isn't it? You've got all of these packed stories that can come out. If your GM knows what they're doing, they can use your deity, your whatever it is that's giving you your power, to give you these little side quests and side missions, which will force your character to go down a certain path. Personal quests, of course, if your character is not too happy with the deity that they have shackled themselves to, maybe they're trying to find out how to unshackle themselves, how to switch to a different, demon or underworld banshee type monster. Maybe they want to work for a fae for a little while, do some gardening on the side. Either way,
that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I would actually like that of Warlock who's constantly selling his soul to different people because he's like, I don't know, I was a fiend warlock last week, but ever since I've discovered weed, I'm thinking the archfey.
And, again,
I was so angry back then.
He's quite literally contradicted himself already, like, many times, but again here of like saying this is how you could play it. Like, yeah, that's a little different, isn't it? I don't know. Like, how is that not different from your quote unquote cookie cutter who gets the powers and just kind of does the thing.
God.
I don't know.
I have to write that down as a character idea.
Yeah. The ever-changing warlock.
Yeah, so basically you'd have to make 4 different warlocks, and every time you level up, you'd have to level them up like differently. And then at the start of each session, have the DM roll a d4, and based on what he rolls, depends on what spells you have.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
So it's like a split personality kind of thing.
Kind of. It's you have your own personality, but the gods are like, or your patrons are actively warring over it. Like, no, he's mine. And then you have not wild shape, but I don't know, some archfey spell.
Yeah.
And then like the demon takes over. He's like, no, he's mine. And then you have hurl through hell again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In my opinion, a very interesting class to play. A very challenging class to play in terms of party dynamics, in terms of keeping that entity going. Now, why did I say that I have never seen them played correctly?
Yeah, please tell me.
What I have seen is players who have taken the Warlock, gone, I like this, I'm going to follow this as my line, and then they forget about the pact. They forget that they are serving for the power of their individual master.
Okay.
They are an apprentice.
You mean like a lot of paladins and clerics also do?
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't matter until the DM goes, "Hey, your god tells you," or "Hey, your patron tells you."
If that is the type of player you have, they're not going to do it just with warlocks, my guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I love to have a higher power that will tell my character things. And like I enjoy doing like I'll have the general gist of like, hey, this is your patron. I'll be like, cool, what am I doing for my patron? And they'll be like, hey, they're like this, and I'm like, cool, I'll be doing stuff like that. And unless I'm told otherwise, or unless if I try to like speak out to my patron and they give me a different sign, I'm just gonna do what I'm supposed to do, right? Like I don't know, man. It's one of those things where sometimes I would like the DM to go, "Hey, man, you know how you're a warlock?" And I go, "Yeah." And they go, "Hey, you know how you made a pact with that devil once?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Okay. Well,
he's coming to collect."
Yeah, he's coming to call you tonight, and we're gonna have a conversation. And it's like, oh, have I been doing good, my master? Right? Like,
actually, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday.
Fuck. Exactly. It's one of those things of
you'll be working with Gregistopheles.
I hate that guy. So
he's 600 fathoms tall. Oh.
So if you are a player, right, and you're playing your character the way like that you think that you should be for your patron, but you haven't heard anything about your patron for a while, maybe ask your DM. And if you're a DM who is playing with a player who hasn't really thought about their patron very much at all, then make them remember that they have a patron. Right? Like, it's not that hard to go, hey, dude, so while you're sleeping, you have a dream. Or, hey, dude, while you're out and about, a squirrel starts talking to you. like, what? And then they go, what? And then everybody else is like, can we hear that? And you're like, no. So, like, I don't know, if you want that to be more of a strong bond, then make it so. You know? It's totally within both you as a player and you as a DM's power to kind of like make that more of a thing. Anyway.
They are learning from their master. Very seldom have I seen a player take a moment to go and quietly commune with their master and see if they can glean any more information from them. I've been an apprentice editor in my time. I've been an apprentice cameraman. And you frequently turn to your master and say, am I doing it correctly, sir? Is this how I should be handling this? Is this how I should be handling that? asking questions. I don't see that in any player who's had a Warlock before. That kind of seeking and desperate to learn and being the Darth Vader to Emperor Palpatine. There isn't anything like that happening. So that's something to...
Well, okay, so they're and again, even though I've just said if you want that to be a thing, if you don't need that, then you can kind of play it like that. You know? You don't have to I mean, unless it comes up, I guess, but you can so much typing's going on.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. So you can play it pretty loose sometimes if your character is like we said, the one who doesn't want to have this power, right?
Yeah.
You can not want to care about anything your fucking patron says, unless it generally like does you harm or something. You don't have to care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it depends on the character, man.
But they're all the same, though.
Oh,
Yeah, dude.
I forgot.
Don't you know?
I forgot.
to think about with the Warlock is that they're far more of a role-playing class than they are a technical damage dealer or a armor-protecting group controller. The focus should be on the narrative, in my opinion, when it comes to Warlocks. Well, I hope you found this useful. Hit the like button if you did. Hit the subscribe button if you want to see more. I think we have now done all the classes.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's not the worst thing, right? It's not the worst thing we've seen.
Yeah.
It's definitely not great.
But it's not the worst.
No, it's not.
Eh?
It's not offensive, I guess.
No,
it's just
yeah,
small-minded, I would say.
Yeah.
It has its fair share of fairly large hiccups.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, it's not as bad as other videos of his that we've seen.
Exactly. So that was How to Be a Great GM, the Warlock, why I have not seen one played correctly.
So now we should do Z Bashu's roll. Eldritch Blast one.
Yes, Eldritch Blast. There it is.
Warlock.
It's 3 minutes.
Yep. It's super good. It's got a great punchline too.
It's true.
Yeah.
Warlocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that's loud.
Warlock. Yeah, in comparison, it is quite loud.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so this was back in 2018. Hey, oh, hey, here we go.
Warlocks are the most interesting class to me, lore-wise, and they come with a lot of kind of cool story strings attached that other classes don't have to deal with. And for that reason, I've always thought that they should be more powerful in a kind of obvious way than the other classes.
15 seconds in, we now have the antithesis of what took How to Be a Great GM 13 minutes to say.
I know. It's remarkable. How
The power, the sheer power of editing.
exactly. Right? Like, and maybe scripting it out. Like, honestly, How to Be a Great GM obviously has some sort of outline. He looks at it every time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he has
like
a skeleton.
So like, man, I understand that you have the more rambly content, which is fine. That's absolutely fair. But it's not succinct at times.
Yeah, like I do have total respect for him for being able to make a functional video with like points in a very loose sort of like one take or maybe multiple takes, but either way, it's a solid like 13-minute chunk of video that I don't think he makes any cuts or anything.
No, he didn't.
So like super respect him for that. I would not be able to stay on track for that long. I can barely stay on track for a single point. But I'd be able to give him a lot more points if the points that he made were good.
Yeah, exactly. Again, this is going from small mind to big brain.
Look at it, they aren't. frankly, in most ways, Warlocks are actually a little underpowered. And I know that some of you are going to say, but Eldritch Blast. And okay, you kind of...
I just noticed he gets Reddit eyes when he does that.
Yeah.
That's the first time you've noticed that?
Eldritch.
Yeah,
Blast.
yeah, no, I never even
Oh.
realized that he said, like, granted, I don't have the script of this video memorized,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I never, like, I just must not have been looking.
Yeah.
have a point. So let's take a look at how you go about getting such godlike power.
This episode was brought to you by thedeckofmany.com.
We were a large family, and with father gone, it fell to Jacopo to pick up the slack. He took a job in Luskin, and soon after I followed. In the north side of town, we worked in a kind of hospital. Since 140, Luskin was a shadow of its former self, and we spent our days patching up all manner of thieves, demon worshippers, and even the odd kobold. Then in the spring of 183, she came. I never saw her wounds. By the time I made it in, she was already in a cocoon of cheap hempen bandages. I can still remember her eyes, unblinking, following us from station to station as we did our work. It rattled Jacopo. I remember a few weeks later, she looked at me and I heard, at the time, I thought I imagined it. Her bandages didn't move, so she didn't talk. I know better now. She'd planted a seed. And when I came back the following day, her bandages were torn and scattered through the room. She was gone. Before sleep each night, I heard it again and again. Purple Rock, Sarkrathel, great power. Over the years, the brutality of Luskin hardened me, but not enough to be left untouched. When they found Jacopo, I was done. I said goodbye to my family and took the last of my coin. I purchased passage to Purple Rock. The people there had a strangeness about them, and as secretive as they were, Purple Rock is small. Half-elves can see well in the dark. And I saw. I tried to save...
It's oh man, it's so Shadow over Innsmouth.
Yeah,
Dude, right?
absolutely.
God, it's so
it's
good.
Shadow over Innsmouth with the tentacles in particular are very darkest dungeon.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. I very much enjoy this idea of you meet your patron in a seemingly innocent way, and then it just becomes this thing, right? Oh,
Yeah.
So cool.
I'm very down for Gulags, especially them being very Lovecraft-esque
Yep.
protagonists
Mhm.
who are like, that's stupid, I'm a man of science,
Mhm.
and then they see something that just breaks them and they're like, I need more.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like, this is, if I continue to go down this path, I will understand it.
Yeah, like I can't quite understand it, but as I get more and more power, I see the skeleton of like what it is forming.
Mhm.
And I just need a little bit more, and then it'll all make sense.
Exactly. It's Mwah! Mwah! It's good. Chef's kiss.
Having calamari tonight.
Exactly.
This did not go well. When finally I met Sarkrathel, it became clear. I had come here in search of power, and in exchange for a life of service, Sarkrathel would lend me his.
Holy shit, that's how you get Eldritch Blast. You track down and promise your life to an inconceivable, mysterious Eldritch horror, but it's worth it. It's been called the most powerful cantrip at 1d10, and you can stack a couple invocations on it. Watch out. You can add your charisma modifier. That level of power is pretty rare in Faerun. I mean, if we compared it to something like, say, a large crossbow, it would probably be, oh, it's the same. It's the same. They do the same damage. Thanks for watching this episode.
I love that.
It is rather sad that it does exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's all the invocations that make it unique.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a good. Oh man.
Not to mention, I think that Eldritch Blast should kind of change its name depending on who you get it from. Like, if it's I don't know,
Yeah,
Archfey, it would be like Dazzling Blast, or Fiend, it'd be like Hellish
Profane.
Blast.
Yeah. Ooh,
something like that.
Yeah.
And then for the Eldritch one, it's just Eldritch. But
Yeah, exactly.
I also think that Eldritch Blast should definitely be a spell, and I think we've talked about this. But I think it should be a spell that baseline is just like Eldritch Blast, right? But as you have like a list of invocations that you pick from that allow you to sort of custom tailor it to be whatever spell you want it to be. Maybe instead of a single target, maybe after you level up a bit, you're able to pick the area of effect. You're able to make it do fire damage, and like, whoops, you've made fireball.
And now it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
No, I get what you mean. There have to be some limits to it, obviously, because it is a cantrip. But the reason I assume the reason why they use Eldritch, and I'm looking at the definition of Eldritch, is strange or unnatural, especially in a way that inspires fear.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Eldritch in kind of like tabletop gamer society, Eldritch leans towards Cthulhu.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I agree. And
But-
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it could, but I wouldn't necessarily go to Eldritch to describe a Archfey, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, conversely, however, if you've like ever watched like Merlin,
Oh, okay.
which
I watched like a few episodes of it
yeah,
in
same.
passing because I was like, I'm bored. Oh,
Yeah, I was bored and I heard like a lot of good things about it from a lot of people,
oh,
and then I watched it and I was like, I'm content to forget about this series.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like they refer to pretty much anything magical as Eldritch.
Yeah, exactly.
And it really depends on how high or low fantasy your setting is.
Exactly.
Because like a fireball will definitely be mysterious to a peasant who doesn't know their ass from a crack in the ground.
Exactly.
And who doesn't know why their barn is on fire now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Knowledge, usually in D&D, magic is kind of just known, and so calling something Eldritch Blast when it is something that doesn't. I mean, the only time it inspires fear is when it cuts a man in half when you're looking at him, right? Like, like, or sorry, blasts a man into a wall and turns him into paste because it's force. But other than that, it's just like, oh, it's a spell.
Yeah.
A wizard can do a spell. I know what a spell is. Ah! And then they die.
Like, and that's why I'm a big fan of the fact that you can have Eldritch Blast pull people and push people and stuff like that. But I think it should have like a page worth of a table of like little bits that you can pick that you can pick from based on what your patron is, what your path is, and what level you are.
Yeah, I really, I mean, like we started with spell customization, you and I, where we were told, hey, what does your spell look like? And I think that is something that should be in the player's handbook somewhere, right? Like it should be something that goes, this is something that you could do, of like, look at your spells and think about how they look for you. Make them unique to you. Right? And you can even use them for this case of like, your patron gives you this power and so it looks this way because it's your patron.
I am totally fine with heavily reskinning spells.
Yeah.
Like I am all right if you are an Archfey patron. I am totally all right with your fireball being a pollen puff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Super cool.
No problem. No problem. In fact, I encourage it.
Yeah.
Like, because I think magic should be unique and mysterious and strange. And if like, you know, you have 3 people in the party that can cast fireball, it's like, whoo boy, everyone in the world and their mother can cast fireball. Who gives a diddly shit?
Exactly.
Like that's not going to intimidate the bandits. But when you see like a giant sarcophagus appear and then detonate,
Mhm.
like people are going to be going like, huh, what's up with that?
Exactly. It's like it's like Boo, remember when we were making the reason why we started making the sorcerer, the astral
Yes.
sorcerer, was because you were
Mhm.
like, we should, I mean, there should be something that gives you like and makes the spells look all like space like, right?
Yeah,
And we
because I
had
wanted to. Yeah,
meteorite.
I wanted
and
a sorcerer who's essentially his sorceress origin was the residual magic of space.
Exactly.
Because the world has residual magic in it, so why wouldn't space have it?
Exactly. And so like, and we were talking about like catapult makes things go and become like a meteorite, right? And like
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff of like
And then like gust of wind was like gravity and shit.
yeah, exactly. There was all this kind of different things to flavor it to be the same spell, but it just looked different, and it was a different like name for it.
Yeah.
And
then
so
I was actually looking through a notebook a couple weeks ago, and I found the page from when we did that,
yep.
and I think, not to be that guy, but so that the record may be set straight, I think it was me that put down the idea of the different star signs that you take give you different powers.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was, I think. And then
Yeah.
Mike was able to help us with that because of his family, I think.
Yeah.
Because his family was in.
Yes, because his sister is like
Yes.
super into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which I'll try to remember to link that in the thing below to the home brewery of that.
You should take out Capricorn. Capricorn's super cool.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, definitely changing.
Or
the
no, was it
spells and stuff.
Libra?
I don't
I'm trying-
remember.
There was, what was the one I mentioned? It was the you can trade your spell slots for hit points and your hit points for spell slots.
I think that was Libra.
Maybe
so.
Libra.
I think so. Yeah.
I can literally check actually.
Yeah, I have it too.
I have the one that's like without spelling mistakes and stuff.
Yep.
That's notes for North Point. That's not that. Which notebook was it? Mars. No.
Here it is. So it's the one that lets you swap spell slots with HP?
Yeah, it was like training spell slots for something. I forget which one it was, but I think it was HP.
Where is it?
It basically.
Yep, it's Libra.
Yeah. Okay.
You can trade 4 hit points for 1 sorcery point up to max HP and vice versa.
So if you're out of spell slots and you're like on max HP, it allows the sorcerer to like start pulling some fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's a whole like balance of like sacrificing your health for it, which is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll try to remember to link that. I'll leave myself a note and I'll get the do it. But yeah, I think that's a good place to take our intermission. So we will be back shortly.
Okay. Where are we going?
Away!
Oh!
Welcome back. We're back. It's us. We're still here.
It's you.
Are we?
Well, I think so. Let me check.
We never left.
Everyone's
We were always here, sir.
Oh, it's true.
That's not the fucking line. But sir, you've always been here. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, next up for today. It's a nice little video from Taking 20 himself, Cody. Our hit or miss guy.
Yep. And when he misses, he fucking misses
Seems
really
to miss
hard.
real hard.
Yep.
But apparently, and at some point we should cover it. He made a video that is comparing Pathfinder 2E and D&D, which is interesting. And I haven't watched it yet because I just haven't. But it seems like something that I would want to look at because seems like it could be interesting to see his points for and against if he's comparing the two. Because I think from what I've played with Aiden, Pathfinder 2e is a good D&D 5.5. And he actually, in this video that we're going to watch, that is called Reworking Combat in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, he talks about few potential changes to combat that could be seen in a 5.5. So it's, and as far as I saw in the first minute or so, seems fine. I actually
21 minutes?
Yeah. I actually agree with some of his points. I think this isn't going to be that long of a look, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because I think and I hope it's going to be okay.
Because I know how long it takes us to get through some videos if their points are bad.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, I think this is going to be okay. I hope. So yeah, let's get started.
So my latest video on the state of the game talked a bit about combat, and I got a lot of really great comments and feedback coming in with lots of different points of view on the subject. One reoccurring theme that seemed to pop up for older players, however, was their disappointment with 5th edition overall and its lack of complexity, to which I'll both agree with and agree to disagree with a little bit.
So, first off, before we go too far, that was one thing that kind of irked me. You can just straight up disagree.
Yeah, you're allowed to disagree with people.
Like, I understand using agree to disagree. Yeah. It's when you are in a situation in which there is no way to really have a discourse about this, any sort of discussion, right? Like you're at a point where it's just an impasse and you understand that you will not be able to convince somebody and they will not be able to convince you.
Yeah. It's just two opinions that just cannot mesh.
Exactly. But
whatsoever.
I honestly think that you can disagree with people and have that be the same thing. You don't need to agree to disagree. You can just say, I disagree. Let's move on.
Yeah.
You can, I think the better way for him to phrase it would have been, to which I had some agreements and some contentions.
Sure. That's fine too. But it acknowledges the fact that you do not agree entirely with their point of view. Yeah. Which is totally fine. And again, no one questions that these people are into D&D, right? Like, everybody knows that they're about it. Yeah. And so if you disagree with somebody on their point about D&D, it's not like they are against you and you are against them in a malicious way. It's just you're trying to convince each other of your point of view.
Yeah.
Or work together to make something better.
Exactly. Yeah. It's constructive criticism. So this wishy-washy agree to disagree thing doesn't help.
Like, as much as we take the piss on taking 20 and XP to level 3, I think it's safe to say here that no one here bears them any like malice. They make good points, and they make some good points, and they serve a fantastic purpose in the fact that they create more content for the D&D community to discuss, and in the end helps make D&D more accessible to others.
Agreed.
That being said, if you're making claims like, you can only have a war a story once every 6 years in a war, or all warlocks are the same, or
if your system is bad, it's bad,
or if your player is willingly leaving the party, then just fucking kill them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
Don't worry, I will.
Yeah.
It's one of those things of like, but again, this is why we do this.
Yep.
Here we go.
Overall, I find Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition to be my favorite edition of D&D and my favorite tabletop role-playing game to date. However, it's obviously not perfect. I mean, no role-playing game is. Just look at the constant little tweaks that Mike Mearls is messing around with, like his initiative system, his...
So, this is something that I would raise is not a good point. Just because the creator messes with something doesn't mean that it needs to be messed with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you create.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And also, in that same vein of creators messing with things that don't need to be messed with, I present two people.
Mhm.
George Lucas
sure,
and shit, what was her name?
J.K. Rowling.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
Like I understand that they're trying to make it better, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes there are some things like the initiative system that don't need to be changed.
Yeah.
Like, yes, D&D 5e has its issues. We've whinged about it here and there every day. But but I wouldn't call it my favorite system of D&D, if even tabletop. But I'm not going to say it's bad, right? It's still a good system. It does its function. There are just things about it that aren't there for me. Like he said with the complexity, I think there isn't enough as well.
There's really not. Yes.
Even though I'm not an older player.
Yeah. No, I want there to be rules about lots more shit. There needs to be crafting needs to be way more fleshed out.
Yes.
I love in 3.5 how you have rules for running a business.
Yes.
That's
it's
fucking
so
cool.
Great.
And like I feel like one of the things that the create okay, let me think about how to phrase this properly. I feel like something that may have happened in between 3.5 and 5th edition was the creators. Huh? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was just 3.5 to 5.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like the creators could have possibly looked at all the rules and be like, okay, this goes a little bit too deep. Let's get rid of this and let's get rid of that, yada, yada, yada. And they took away the things that players think about only when they're really deep into a character.
Sure, yeah.
And so, like, you know, like, I don't know how to put it.
So I find 5th edition to be a surface level game.
Exactly.
It's very good at surface level stuff. And the more
go on.
Okay.
Finish your point.
So what I was gonna say is that there are things for and against complexity. You can add it in at your leisure, right? Because 5th edition is very homebrewable. It is very malleable, and so you are able to make rules for yourself, for the crafting, for the businesses, all that kind of stuff. It's just that I would appreciate it if there were some guidelines to help me along the way.
Exactly, because it's hard to come up with a rule like that on the fly.
Exactly.
Without taking it from some source. Because we love to play games. That doesn't mean we know how to make them.
Exactly. We spent 7 hours making that fucking class.
Yeah.
Right?
One class. No, not even a class. One subclass.
Subclass, excuse me. You're right.
Yeah.
It is not even its own thing. It is a subclass of something that already existed. And we took 7 fucking hours doing that.
Yeah.
And like
Granted, 3 people working on something for 7 hours is 4.
Yep.
4 people working on something for 7 hours is 28 total hours work time. Whereas, say, if they have 30 people working on a class, that's like they didn't crack out sorcerer. And
no, I know.
Classes in an hour.
I know, yeah. and we had the ability to look at their reference, right?
Exactly.
We had their work to go back to and kind of look at balancing how they did it and work our way there. They had done the hard part. We just had to incorporate that into what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And so we were able to do it, I would say, arguably faster than they would because they had already laid the groundwork.
Yeah.
And
we
so
already had a skeleton.
Yes. Exactly.
To slap the meat onto.
Exactly.
Now I just want to build a fucking
and
human out of a fucking like plastic like anatomy class skeleton,
Yeah.
just slap steaks on there. And pork chops and fucking
The beefman.
Yeah.
the beefman.
beef man. Okay, sorry.
But again, it's the complexity isn't just readily available for people to just dive into who are there, who have gotten past the surface level, which I think is an issue, because it is able to be put in there by yourself, but it's harder to do that without taking your time and thinking about it for a long ass time. Which is fine if you want to do that, and it's cool to be able to do that, to make it work in whatever setting, and you can take from previous editions and kind of work that into 5th edition. But it's just one of those things of like, I feel like it would make it better for more experienced players as well as new players who then go into that more complex stuff, right? It kind of brings them into growing as a player, I suppose.
Because I feel like something that would be fairly common for a player, like even just an average player who just like thinks about the world that they're in, is like, man, my character's been on a lot of adventures. How am I going to retire him? He'll open up an inn. I would love to be able to, like, even even in 5th edition where they have these tables where it's like common, normal, uncommon, rare, legendary, etc., where it's just like a super small table. You could just have a thing where like, oh, I want to open an inn and I'll set it up here, and it's like, well, that's in a poor area, so you would be making this much money, or it's in a wealthy city, you'd be making this much money.
Sure. Yeah,
that's super simple. And they don't even have something like that. Like, obviously not every player is going to be like, I want to make a shop that literally just sells socks.
Right, exactly.
And then you'd have to calculate money on that. And I'm like, okay. They're not going to have an entry on that in the player's handbook, but an inn or a blacksmith, something super common.
Hey, though, dude, Bombas only sells socks, and they're up to some great things. Check out our sponsor for this week, Bombas Socks.
God damn it. I've never even heard of this.
Aiden, could you please provide me a link?
No, Jesus
I
Christ.
will. I actually purchase Bombas products because they make fantastic wool socks.
Great, I'm glad for you.
Can you provide an advertising video in the watch together?
Oh, no.
I fucking hope you can.
No. God damn it.
Here,
no.
Here is a link for your perusal. Bombas Socks. You can get 20% off of your first order with promo code TableTalk.
You can't do that. That's not
at
a thing.
www.1800raidshadowlegends.com.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Drive to that address.
So Bombas. So perhaps you, dear listener, who has some shitty socks, will know of the seam at the toe.
Yes, thank you.
Bombas socks do not have that horrible seam.
Oh, really? That's great.
That's actually kind of nice. I like that.
That is cool. I'll check it out later at my own perusal. But right now, I want to know what your point was, Aiden, that you had.
I was going to say regarding how in 5e is a lot more like flashy, whereas in 3.5 has a lot more systems and depth at work.
Yes.
I was going to say like some game developers are like J.R.R. Tolkien and some developers are like Ryan Johnson.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
You're right.
That's
it's J.J. Abrams.
Okay, that's less bad.
But like,
but that's 4th edition.
All I know is the way that I learned to count was 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 5, Pathfinder.
Yeah.
That was how I learned to count as a kid.
Yep.
But yes, fucking hell, every time. So yeah, being able to have that complexity is something that is sorely missing from 5e in mine and I think all of our opinions. And I feel so by sorely missing, of course, I mean officially sanctioned, right?
Yes.
Xanathar's adds a little bit, which is nice, just a little.
Yeah.
A little taste.
Yeah,
a
it's
morsel.
Little
use, like,
bits.
the tables that are
Some
for
fucking depth in your roleplay game, you bitch.
Eat some fucking shit, you fucking stupid bitch. Just kidding.
Xanathar's adds those little tables or sorry, those little DCs for tools. Which I find incredibly useful to look at to kind of judge how I would put a DC for certain things. And they also add in little reminders of like skills that could be used in conjunction with the tools in order to make specific checks. For instance, history plus stone cutter's tools or stonemason tools, whatever it is. That can be used to kind of judge how, like if you're proficient in those tools, that can be used to judge how a structure was created, what the age, the setting, you know, all that kind of stuff, which is, it's just one of those things that kind of gets your brain flowing. So that, sorry, brain flowing? That's not right. Thinking.
Maybe your brain is smooth enough to flow.
Dude, my brain flows all around my skull.
Mine is textured like sand on the beach.
I don't like sand.
Yeah. So, but regardless of the specifics, it gets you to think about using things differently, which I think is incredibly important so that it can inspire people to think outside the box, right? And to think of things more complexly. And unfortunately, with the way that crafting items is, it's just like, hey man, you know how in previous editions you could just make a golem? Well, now you just need a book.
And then it disappears.
And then
Once
it goes
you're done
away
with it.
forever and you can't ever find another one. It's like, how the fuck were golems made then?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean there. There's a bunch of things like that that I feel like should be kind of fixed, or at least added onto.
There is some, I guess you could say, logic behind it, given that in Jewish folklore, the way that a golem was made was to inscribe a letter, the letter for like life, basically, on a tablet, and insert that into the mouth of the golem. And you could say like, oh, that's like the book of the golem. Is that, I guess?
I agree, but the item, I think the description of the item states that it is a ritual that you can use to trap an elemental into the golem's body and then have to use the book itself. And I don't see why somebody who is a powerful wizard could not take that book and recreate it.
Yeah.
And make it so that it is more of a resource. Especially if there's an artificer whose sole job is to make items, right? Like, that is their thing.
What I would do with it is I would have it be like, the book is the source of the power needed to rip an elemental out of its native plane and shove it into the golem. So I would do, you need the book to, like, you power the book and the book does the thing. And then after that, the power of the book is exhausted, but over time you can recharge it and do it again.
Totally. That's
how I would do it.
That would be fine. Absolutely. So it's stuff like that. And obviously we're straying a bit far from the topic of combat, but I also think there are some things in combat that should be looked at. And thankfully the first one that he goes into that I saw is actually something that I think is kind of silly.
Okay.
So
let's do it.
Yeah.
Dislike of the bonus action and his most recent rework of 2-weapon fighting. Though I kind of imagine it's a bit like a painter who is never completely happy with their final piece.
Right. That's the other thing. The original point was the creator that is constantly changing things isn't necessarily a it's not correlated with the thing being broken.
Yeah.
Yes, there are things that are not perfect in 5e, but I don't think initiative. 2-weapon fighting is a little weird. And I forget what his third example was, but again, if there's a certain bit of the death of the author, right? There's a certain bit of that is applied to a lot of things, and I think for some things that aren't like a specific, they used to put out books that were direct sequels, I guess you could say, to like the DMG 2, the Monster Manual 2. Like some of these things had things that had different information.
Yes.
And they changed how some spells were and all that kind of stuff, and it depended on which one you were using. And so if it's an edition that completely rewrites how an old thing is, then I would say then it is now the new thing, right? That is how the creator intends it to be now. And that is fine. It's these UA things that are playtest material, and until they are published, then I don't consider them to be replacements.
Yes.
It's just an add-on.
Like, we do plenty of little tweaks to 5e all the time. That doesn't mean, like, 5e is inherently broken. It's just like, hey, this would be a cool little auxiliary thing to add on if you wish.
Exactly. Yes. Anyway.
But while I have a few issues with minor things like how the skill system doesn't really grow much from level 1 to 20,
I know.
the vast majority of the things that I would like to see tweaked are really purely combat-based. So I wanted to talk about what a Dungeons & Dragons 5.5 edition might look like as far as addressing these. Push came to shove and we end up 7 years out from 5th edition. I would much rather are really purely combat-based.
A little
The
bit.
system doesn't really grow much from level 1 to 20. The vast majority of the things that I would like to see tweaked are really purely combat-based. So I wanted to talk about what a Dungeons & Dragons 5.5 edition might look like as far as addressing these issues specifically, because if push came to shove and we end up 7 years out from 5th edition, I would much rather see a 5.5 player's handbook that will still totally keep all of my previously purchased books like Volos, Curse of Strahd, etc. relevant than get an entire new Dungeons & Dragons 6th edition when 5e is still close enough to being an ideal game system for me anyways. Okay, let's start.
Okay, so obviously things are going to be out of date, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just how the game has been. So unfortunately I can't sympathize with this point, or is it?
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know.
Not at all.
Because it's just like every single one has gone through that, and I agree that I would like it if my 3.5 books were still relevant, and they kind of are, right?
Yeah, they still are.
Yeah, I don't think they're completely irrelevant, but I don't think you need it to be 5.5 to use it, right?
Yeah, because
I don't see, for instance, my Mordenkainen's as any more or less relevant than my 3.5 books.
Exactly.
Because chances are, if I'm going to add it to my campaign, I'm going to tweak it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I can tweak 3.5 material just as easily as I can 5e.
Yeah. And I mean, hell, I still get ideas from my fucking 4th edition monster books.
Yeah, exactly. What
Like,
edition?
What?
From your
What?
brain? Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
It's weird. Every time he tries to look at the book, like his vision just kind of slips off it.
And it just seems to just be in his brain already. It's
Yeah.
very weird.
And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, one, I would be super down for a 6th edition, not because I dislike 5th, but because it's a new edition. There's new shit to look into.
Exactly.
There could be new rules. It could be deeper.
Yeah, it could be innovative.
There could be new classes. There's like tons of possibilities.
Totally.
And here's the other thing: if you like 5th edition, just play 5th edition.
Yeah,
just because.
But it's not shiny and new, so my fun is wrong.
Exactly, right? Like, just because 5th edition is the new edition, we're choosing to play 3.5.
Yeah.
So, like, these books will never...
I don't know why the fuck we're playing 3.5 in your campaign. I don't know who requested that we play 3.5, but
what the fuck
we
was
should
that?
we should cut off his hands.
Yeah, exactly.
And like the books will never not be useful. The only ones that probably are very difficult to use would be like first or second, just because of how old they are. And it's hard to find them. And that's pretty much the only reason. I'm sure there are plenty of scans of all the necessary books that you need. You just can't get the books themselves. And I mean, as long as you give everybody those books, like, how are they irrelevant? It's whatever you choose to play.
Again, I don't.
That's why I fully disagree on this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like it's. I understand what he's saying. Because it just means that I feel like it's more so the fact that he wants to play with people who are more into the current stuff, I suppose. Which is fine, absolutely. You know, I enjoy playing 5th edition with people who play 5th edition. It's a good time.
Yeah, the campaign I run is 5th edition.
Yeah, exactly. Your campaign is 5th edition. The one that I play on Wednesdays is 5th edition. I'm doing the one on Fridays is 5th edition. Like, it's all fun, and it's as fun as we make it, because it is just how you make it.
That's how D&D is.
Yeah, exactly. So and like you said, the older editions can be looked back on, and we've even said we've taken stuff from older editions and put it into, newer stuff. It's not hard to take stuff from newer stuff and put it back into older stuff too. It's just one of those things of just, this is not a dexterity save, this is a reflex save now, you know? It's
slap it with a bit of a nerf and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Start off with one of my absolute biggest bugaboos with D&D 5e, standing up. This is number 1 on my list of things that just make me cringe. It really does make my skin crawl. Here's an example of how it works now. In this example, we have a level 3 party of 4 fighting off a few bugbears. As you can see, our fighter is taking on one of the bugbears all by himself, and of course we have the initiative order in there as well. Let's say this fighter is getting low on HP and wants to try to change his tactics by knocking an opponent on the ground to get the upper hand in this duel. As the rules are now, the fighter would make a shove using one of his attacks as part of his action. If he wins the contest against the bugbear, the fighter can knock the bugbear prone or shove it back 5 feet. So the fighter wins and decides to knock the bugbear prone, go figure. And we move on in our initiative order. A few fellow party members take actions against their foes, and now it's the bugbear's turn. He simply stands up, spending half of his movement speed, raises his great club, and crushes the skull of our fighter. Because the fighter obviously didn't miraculously skip the bugbear in initiative to take advantage of the bugbear being swept off of his feet, the end result is 2 combatants were trading blows, and one of them gave up their turn to accomplish,
Maybe he chose a bad time to shove.
in essence, nothing.
So, the thing that I would say to, like, I also find the fact that you can just stand up with no consequences, really, is a little weird. I think, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think in 3.5 at least, if you stood next to an enemy, they got an attack of opportunity.
Attack of opportunity.
Yeah. So, and it makes sense to me because you're vulnerable, you're trying to get up, and so they can take that time to try to hit you. And so I think that should be a thing. But I can see why it's not, because of the streamlinedness of 5e, as well as shoving people to the ground to make them prone is more of a utility thing. And it's more there to support somebody else to hit the creature, right?
Yeah.
I understand that, but I also think that it could be both. Right, like it could do that, and you could also maybe provoke an attack of opportunity from someone. You wouldn't get the advantage because they're getting up, but I feel like it would still be something more of a detriment than, hey, they stand up and use half their movement, and then they hit me, right?
Not to mention, could you not shove him over and then walk away? And if he has to spend half of his movement to catch you, then he can't catch you.
Yeah,
That's another thing that you could do.
if you shove them, they have disadvantage to hit you if you move away. So there is that as well.
Yeah, so like, I mean, in that situation, I would have, if I was the fighter, I would have shoved him down, and then ran back to my teammates.
Absolutely.
It's like, why the fuck was he far away?
I don't know.
That seems like his problem.
Yeah, it's a strange placement
Very
of
niche
his
Yeah,
situation.
I know.
Exactly. Very, very niche, but again, I understand what he's doing to use the illustration.
Exactly.
And again, I also find standing weird, but
That's why I sit down all day. Play video games.
dude. Exactly. Same.
Standing's fucking weird.
But yeah, I don't know.
Now, something else to consider here is that a shove only takes the place of one of your attacks. So if hypothetically the fighter had two attacks, wouldn't he be able to shove the bugbear down with his first attack and then attack at advantage against the prone foe with his second? Yes, that's true, but we're still in the hole big time mathematically. There is no advantage for rolling 2 dice for one attack over rolling 1 die for 2 separate attacks. At best,
sure
you'll
there is.
successfully
Like,
trip your foe and
okay.
land.
Sorry.
You shove them over.
Yep.
You get advantage.
Yep.
You leave freely without provoking attack of opportunity.
No, you don't.
Or you provoke attack of opportunity, but at disadvantage.
Yes.
And if any friends are close by, you give them advantage.
Yes.
Just because they happen to not be close by in this one very niche situation does not mean a whole system of standing up is inherently flawed.
No, exactly. I don't think so. I don't think that is the reason why it's weird. Like,
I will say I do like in 5e the fact that it takes only half your movement, whereas in 3.5 it takes all of your movement.
I am a fan of that as well. Yes.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Because I don't know about you, but it doesn't take me 6 seconds to stand up. Granted, I'm not wearing armor, but armor is meant to have distributed weight across all of your body, so it's still not going to be like you're rolling around like a fucking turtle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not my issue either. It's just the whole standing up does, like, the only disadvantage is the half speed thing.
Yeah.
It might just be because of my 3.5 goggles, right? But I do think that the attack of opportunity thing would be
it makes sense because you're on the ground. You're in terms of an actual sword fight, you're in a very disadvantageous
you're compromised
position,
as fuck.
Leverage wise for your sword.
See, now what I want to see is someone homebrew standing to be, instead of it taking movement, it takes half your movement and your attack action, so that way they can't just stand up and then bop you on the head in that example. And then I want to see a party beat all but one enemy and then just surround him and keep shoving him to the ground over and over again. He gets up, gets shoved,
just start bullying him.
Yeah,
hey, you little bitch! Hey, you can't even stand up, can you?
Start stepping on him.
I would fucking love to see that. I know, don't worry. I'm not gonna fucking change standing to that rule, but that would be hysterical to watch.
You have the JoJo gif of the guy who's like on the ground and like the rest. There's the one guy who takes the sip of his wine.
Oh, that's right.
He also starts kicking.
They all start kicking him. Hit him on the ground. Hit him harder than you should.
Yeah. What are you enemy stand user? And the guy's like just like curled up in a ball crying. Abakio the cop is just like sipping wine.
Yeah. But yeah, it's very strange to it. Like, it is a utility move, and it's not broken because if one person is let's also say that you do the attack, and then you do the attack to hit. Aren't you rolling 3 dice?
Yes.
Is that not the case? You're rolling instead of 2. You're rolling 1 that could... I mean, I get that you're only doing 1 attack, but you could have a crit because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it could be even more devastating. So...
Yeah.
It seems advantageous to me, even in a scenario where it's just 1-on-1.
Mhm.
As
It's
long as you have
advantageous
multiple
if
attacks.
used properly, and
Yeah.
if you utilize none of the things which make it good, of course it won't be advantageous.
yeah, exactly.
Guys, did you know if I buy a health potion and I pour it out on the ground, I spent 50 gold on a glass bottle? Glass bottles in D&D need to be reworked.
But man, in Legend of Zelda, that's a fucking bargain.
Yeah.
Fucking
Anyway.
50 rupees for a bottle? God damn.
I assume he's going to tell us how he's going to fix it. And so I'm
Yeah, here's hoping.
excited to see.
One attack with your advantage, where you might even crit. But alternatively, if you had simply made 2 attacks against your foe, you might have successfully hit them twice. I mean, you might even land a critical with one and hit one with the second. Or you even have a chance to crit twice. What if we then replaced our fighter with a ranger? That ranger could have cast Hunter's Mark as a bonus action, dealing an extra 1d6 on each of those 2 attacks, furthering our mathematical disadvantage to knock the bugbear prone.
Like,
Again.
I get it. I get you want to optimize your combat. I get that. But sometimes...
Sometimes you just gotta shove an old lady, man.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what to tell you, but you even in your own admission have looked at the combat rules and gone, these are sometimes silly in certain situations, and narratively I feel like this would be cooler.
Yeah.
Fucking sometimes Beatrice is just going for that last roll of toilet paper, and I have more to lose if I die in the apocalypse than her.
You're already fucking 92. Just keel over already.
Yeah,
Make-
dude,
make-
like...
Ooh.
I see you posting that you don't have to wear a mask because this is America and
Yeah,
you're free.
fuck
I
that.
invite you to not wear your mask.
Jesus Christ, I fucking hate those people.
Wait, is that a thing that's happening?
Oh, that's a thing
Oh,
that has
oh,
been
yeah.
happening
Yep,
since
yep,
it
yep.
started.
I
Yeah.
hadn't heard that yet.
I wish I was you, and I'm sorry that we've spoiled your bubble, dude.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I just hadn't.
Yeah, I know.
There are people posting on Facebook like, why do I have to walk a certain way down the aisle? Like, why are some aisles like directing traffic of you can only go up this aisle then only down the next aisle, and why do I have to wear a mask?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let your fear control my freedom.
Yeah, that whole thing. I fucking hate that. Anyway, this is not that time.
There's not
It's
the time
that
for
time.
this. That's for during Warhammer to fuel our battle rage.
Exactly.
Raru.
I'll lead a fucking wah if I have to.
But yeah, so I understand that this is your numbers game, dude, but I don't know if optimal is always the choice.
So
Don't
how
you be
could this
bringing
be
narrative into my battle game?
Yeah.
Exactly, right? Like if you're gonna play a tabletop battle game, play the tabletop battle game. There are many fucking the D&D fucking board games that are purely just go in, fight the thing, fight until you die or win. Then play those, I guess.
You know another good fight until you die game.
Raid Shadow Legends?
God damn it.
Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Oh
yeah.
I have no
course.
fucking clue if it is, but I can only assume that it is.
I can only imagine.
From our good friends.
Ugh, no, I don't even
over
want to.
at Evil Hat Productions.
I don't even want to like joke that we're friends. I really, it makes my skin crawl, and I'm actually krangooing, dude, all over. It's spilling everywhere.
You're Kringle and ready to mingle.
Ugh, no, not with them.
And I'm gonna eat some Kringle.
Anyway, yeah,
dude. I also love the fact that he says that 5e is like an ideal game system for him, despite the fact that he like completely throws out feats and claims that he knows what the people intended.
Yeah, exactly. It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
Dressed in a 5.5 edition of D&D. Well, we want to make sure that we don't swing the pendulum too far the other way, and so one thing we need to be cautious of is making shoving an opponent so good that it is mathematically.
Okay. I just needed a second.
It's a vocal misstep.
I know.
He does multiple takes.
Mathematics.
Anyway,
Also, fucking props for him for making one 20-minute video and not two 10-minute videos of
Yeah.
this is how combat needs to. This is what needs to be fixed, and then another
Exactly.
video of this is how to fix it.
Yes, I'm happy of the longer content, kind of.
Yeah,
Because
kind
so
of.
far, the first point, I was like, yeah, I'm okay with it, but as he keeps going, I'm like, I'm less okay with
Yeah.
how you are with it, though. We'll see.
Yeah.
Best option. We don't want to slow down the game because everyone is always trying to shove monsters and PCs around. Now,
It's really
most
funny,
people's
though.
gut instinct to making a game mechanic better would be to give it a higher risk and higher reward. So in this case,
Okay.
we might look at giving an attack of opportunity to the defender if someone attempts to knock them off their feet, much akin to, if not identical, to older systems like 3rd edition. But guys, I don't think that this is the right route here. This would slow down the game, and we're talking
How?
about really reworking
Yeah,
too
how?
much of the base mechanics.
Sorry.
What?
Okay. So
So you're reworking how people literally stand up. Do not
no,
talk
he's
to me.
he's reworking shoving.
Yeah.
Who
Just shoving.
shoves?
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't even. Okay, I've played 5th edition a lot. I didn't even know that shove was technically a thing that you could do.
My dude, you got to read your player's handbook.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I mean, I don't
No, I
read
know.
every fucking word.
Well. Oh.
I read my class, and I read about all the other important shit. I don't read
Is combat
every
important?
single thing. Like if I say,
No, I know.
here's the thing. If
Mhm.
I want to knock someone over, I say I want to try to knock him over.
Right.
And then they're like, okay, make a shove, and I'll be like, wait, that's a thing.
Mhm.
That's fair enough, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
You at least have done the bare minimum, and I appreciate that. But yes, shoving is a whole rule set. Just it's part of the attack action that you can take. It's one of the things in there. I would get the exact page for you, but I will.
Yeah, it's fine.
I will.
Plus,
use that.
we're playing third 3.5 right now, and I don't have a 5th edition plan. So,
Yeah. Well, 3.5 has a bunch of different things that you can do anyway, but
Yeah, it's true.
like charging. Hey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah. But anyway, so I know shoving is an option,
Yes.
but I don't think many people even consider it.
Yeah.
I haven't and I could be wrong. Absolutely. I'm sorry, less right. I could be less right, but I don't see many people going, "Hey, I want to shove someone."
Yeah.
Right? Like they just want to do their damage, or they want to do something that will disrupt them with like a spell, right? Which shoving
Or
is
better yet, not get into that situation to begin with.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like shoving is definitely a valid option, and there are definite benefits to it in the game, but I again have not even seen anyone consider it. I haven't considered it either. But again, there could be people out there who go, my first action is to shove, which is fine. But again, I don't think we're changing the entirety of the base of the fucking game if we're like, again, I don't think shoving is the problem here, even though he's now made it instead of standing, because that was his original point. He's now made it about shoving, which will provoke an attack of opportunity if you try to shove somebody, which, okay, fair enough. If I don't swing a sword at you, but instead throw my full body at you to push you over.
Yeah, why not? If he wants to make it high risk, high reward, here's how you do it. You shove them over. They're on the ground. They're prone. They melee attacks that they make have disadvantage. Yada yada yada. Same as prone condition for rest of 5e. Upon standing up, they expend half their movement and provoke attack of opportunity. If you fail your shove action, you are off balance and provoke attack of opportunity on yourself.
There you go. Yeah. That would be fine.
And so, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds basically exactly what a grapple is.
Kind of, yeah. A little bit.
And so, how much are we changing here? You're just assigning a rule from something else onto this.
Yeah,
You're barely changing anything. You're not changing the whole rules of combat.
Well, again, I don't know what because he was saying that he doesn't want to change the shove that way. So now I don't know where he's going, but I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Let's find out.
Mechanics by simply rolling back to a ton of attacks of opportunity like we had previously. The problem I see with this game mechanic is not the attack itself, but rather the aftermath of the standing up mechanic.
Okay.
If I'm not going to get an offensive advantage, then perhaps we should maybe look at giving a more defensive advantage when risking giving up a chance to just deal out damage with an attack for a shove that can still fail. My suggestion would be one of two approaches. One is you would give the prone character an option, either take opportunity attacks from nearby melee foes as they rise, or they could forfeit their action this turn to prevent this with the disengage action. And any opportunity attacks naturally could be used instead to attempt to shove the prone character back down. Or two, I would allow
Hey, it's our idea. Push him down. Keep pushing him.
Use the
Push that dragon.
Use the wine press method.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that would be fine. I don't see what's different though about like what if you instead of like in even regular edition, like I agree, yes, standing should have the attack of opportunity, but in the regular rules then you could just do the whole stand and disengage thing regardless. Right? Like and with attack of so I guess, yeah, you would still be committing your action to doing the disengage in order to prevent those attacks of opportunity when you stand up, which is a lot of a sync in order to... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Good with it.
Character to rise at half the cost of their movement speed like normal, but if the character who shoved them down is still within 5 feet of them when they attempt to stand, they would be considered on their heels and have disadvantage on their attacks for the round, and of course lose their reaction for the round. So if the attacking character continued to move onto another foe, the prone character could stand up with half their movement speed and attack as normal as it is now, if of course they could reach a new opponent this turn.
What I would do in this case then is I would totally be a crowd controller for the party, and I would just run down the line of enemies, knocking them over from my party to attack them as they get back up.
Yeah.
And that immediately started playing the video in my head of, if you've ever seen those like southern churches where like the priest is running down like a whole group of people standing shoulder to shoulder, like holding his hand out in front of them, and they're all falling over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've seen that.
Like the televangelist.
Yeah. Running down, mic in one hand, coin coffer in the other.
Super bad. So I need to, unfortunately, I need to follow, like, so he's saying that if the guy is still there after he's pushed the other guy, then they lose their reaction?
I guess.
I need to listen to it, because I have no idea what he said.
Prone character to rise at half the cost of their movement speed like normal, but if the character who shoved them down is still within 5 feet of them when they attempt to stand, they would be considered on their heels and have disadvantage on their attacks for the round, and of course lose their reaction for the round.
Oh, okay, sorry, it's more. It's they have disadvantage and they lose their reaction. Okay. What?
That's pretty fucking strong.
So sorry, so this would is this in addition to the using your action to get up and not have attacks of opportunity? Or did you already say that you don't like that because you don't like how older editions
he said that
did
he said that there is one of two methods. This is the second method.
Okay. So then the second method, so then you have committed yourself to being on their heels, and there's no detriment to you doing this. You're just constantly preventing them from having a regular attack and their reaction just because they're standing up.
I mean, granted, it would sort of make sense if like you want to disengage with someone to shove them so that like they're skidding backward a bit, and while they're off balance, then you leave their area that they can attack.
I agree, but he's talking about when they stay.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. It seems a little too powerful.
Yeah.
Because like Why would you never shove somebody and stay there?
Yeah.
Like, because that just makes them completely disadvantaged, and then just keep shoving them.
Yeah. Just
Like,
stay there and keep shoving them over and over again.
Like, if you're
do the middle school bully.
exactly
Yeah.
like if you're fighting one foe and you win your shove, you've won.
Yeah.
I'd be alright with seeing shove as like, oh wait, no, that's right. You can already display someone. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. I again, I think the attack of opportunity thing was the better option.
Yeah.
But not this.
Yeah.
So, if the attacking character continued to move onto another foe, the prone character could stand up with half their movement speed and attack as normal as it is now, if of course they could reach a new opponent this turn. I think the second option here is a much better solution, as it seems far more elegant in keeping true to 5e's current combat rules without slowing it down for additional opportunity attacks, and keeping true to the notion that D&D...
What is this narrative that having more, like, I understand that having more things happen is technically going to slow things, but aren't you also now just adding another thing to slow things?
Yeah, that's like
the fact that they have to roll 2 dice now in order to be concerned of if they hit because of disadvantage, and I'm not sure how this is better.
Not to mention, how fucking long does it take you to roll your dice?
Yeah.
It takes me like 2 seconds. Literally 2 seconds.
Have you not considered rolling everything at once? You know, legitimately just taking all the things that are relevant and rolling them all at once when assigning which one is which, right? Yeah.
That makes you a dice tosser.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, assigning
off.
which one is which beforehand. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That way my hands don't get cut.
There we go.
But
you're safe for now.
For now, I'll mess up sometime.
I'll put the bone saw back away.
Don't worry, I'll mess up at some point, and you'll have your chance. But still,
your hands are mine.
Dude, I know. Legitimately though, I don't see how this speeds things up. It's just what is the difference between you shove them over, they fall to the ground, they get up, and then they attack you with just a single roll? Or you shove them over, they fall to the ground, they get up, they attack you with 2 rolls at once.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
Nothing. There's no difference. It's stupid.
5e should be as easy as possible for new players coming in. I think it's pretty simple. Hey, guys, if you knock someone down, they'll have disadvantage to attack you on the next turn. That should be easy enough for Dungeon Masters to teach in the heat of the moment to new players. And moving on to my second issue with combat, disarming, this is easily fixed the same way as well, furthering the...
Sorry, okay, before we go to disarming, which I think also should be something that is inherent and not just for Battle Masters.
Yep.
Like it is in 3.5.
Yep.
So if you are ever knocked prone by anything, does that also do disadvantage, or is it just shoving? Because what if somebody uses Gust and knocks you prone? I don't know if Gust can, but knocks you prone because of some sort of spell, and then somebody else is next to you. And they get up. And are they also now at disadvantage? Or is it just when the shove action is?
I would imagine it would be, if they're getting up from being prone, it would be disadvantage.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay. Because, then you have to keep track of... So then what's the point? What's the point of using a shove when you can try to trip somebody in any way?
Maybe you're a level 1 and a fighter.
But if you're level 1 and a fighter and you get a bit of rope and you tie a rope little...
We weren't allowed to buy rope.
Oh! What if you had rope in your pack that you start with, though?
No rope in this world.
Oh!
All of my stuff is stolen.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a pole or anything that I could use to trip up.
What if you have a wizard friend who has Gust?
What's that?
Oh. It's one of those things now that you have to remember for every single thing that puts you prone, in which case, like, that's fine, I guess, but I don't see the reason for it. It doesn't change anything other than the fact that you just have a clear advantage, which is good. But, like, is it really necessary? Do we really need to give them more of an advantage in 5e? I feel like that players have a lot already.
I think they can handle themselves.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, and that's even saying with the whole standing up and getting an attack of opportunity. I also think that, I mean, I would like it there, but I also think that because they have such an advantage that it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Elegance and simplicity. Disarming has the exact same problem right now in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition as knocking someone prone. They simply reach down, pick up their weapon, and attack you like they would have done anyways.
I agree.
With you having given up your attack and potential damage to no effect. But by adding in a rule that a character that has been disarmed is on their heels, granting them disadvantage and no reactions, we now have created the risk for reward factor of implementing tactical strategy that could pay off well or could still fail completely without slowing down the game or adding in any additional modifiers or numbers that people will have a hard time.
Sorry, does adding a disadvantage not count as adding a modifier?
Yeah. Jesus.
I don't... What?
Not to mention
that's just wrong. Cody.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man, but like I try to give you the benefit of the doubt on some things, but that's just factually false.
Yeah, blatantly incorrect.
That is, you have gone to painstaking detail to describe for me the modifiers.
Modification.
And you have now claimed that there are no new modifiers, and
it's just a contradiction in literally 2 seconds.
Yeah. Not to mention, let me ask this.
Okay.
Whenever you try to disarm somebody, do you try to get them to drop their weapon or to knock it from their hand?
It's the same thing, I think.
Either is functional, really.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If you make them drop it, they drop it straight down. They have released their grip on it. If you knock it from their hand, you are applying such force to the weapon that it is knocked from their hand 10 to 15 feet away.
Unfortunately,
that is how I would work disarming.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, that's not how the rules are stated.
That's stupid then.
Yeah, no, I agree that I think if we were to homebrew it, we would go, if you succeed a certain amount, then you could knock it away for a specific amount of feet, right?
I would just have that happen.
Well, there you go.
Unless you're a monk and you're like grabbing and like wrenching their wrist and you like make it so they can't physically hold on to it and then they drop it.
Sure.
That's how I would do that.
Technically speaking, though, Boo, you don't need to be a monk to do that because, in terms of actual sword play, just removing your opponent's sword from play is is like fantastic, but not necessarily like available in most situations. A lot of sword play is actually just more about who can like dexterously put sword points in a controlled favorable or disfavorable area for leverage. Dropping is fantastic.
It is, but
throwing even more so.
And I'll agree that the rules themselves state that just picking up a weapon is just part of a move action. It doesn't cost movement, it's just there. I think. I'm pretty sure. True. Okay. So there is the problem there, and I think honestly the way that they've done with weapons is that you can just switch between them so fast and freely it doesn't even matter anymore, right? Like you can just take your greatsword, you can swing with it, just put it back on your back and take out your entire longbow and just pull that back and shoot in the same turn. Which is, I understand it's to make you feel more epic, but it's a little weird to think about, because how the fuck did you do that so fucking fast, man?
Yeah.
There's a reason why I don't have that in my campaign. Drawing a weapon is an action.
There you go. So yeah, and that's why back in 3.5, again going back to it, 3.5 had the you had to get what was it? Quick
feat.
Draw.
Quick draw. Thank you. A feat called quick draw. And you could apply that to any weapon, and so you could just go, hey, it's now a free action to just draw my weapon, but you still had to, as an action, draw a different weapon. But what you could do is drop the weapon as a free action and then use your action to pull another weapon, right? Like there was things that you had to do mechanically in order to make it so that you could use a different weapon, and that was interesting because then you go, my sword is on the ground, but now I'm using my bow. And so, and then I can go and pick up my sword next turn and then go back to fighting with that if I had to. But maybe, now I'm in combat without my sword. There's a risk reward thing there. Something that Cody is apparently a big fan of. And so going back to the addition though, don't do that. It's bad. I don't know.
The system is bad.
It's bad. It's very strange with the whole, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we can safely sum this one up as a very suboptimal way of trying to implement a change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remembering in the middle of their turn. And to top it all off, the rules for both would be identical and thus reinforce themselves when learning the rules. So we're not talking about one set of rules for disarm and another set of rules for knocking someone prone.
Sure. And yeah, I'll agree that if you had something like this that was simplistic like that you could just say everything gives disadvantage because of this and this, then that would be easy to remember, I guess. But again, I don't think that that's the answer.
Yeah.
And while the outcome of the on your heels condition is the same thing.
Condition?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're adding in a condition now called on your heels. That is adding in a different thing as well, because, like, I guess that's what you mean. Like, this shoving would, if you are, so it's situational that shoving, while you are 5 feet from this character that you've shoved, makes you in the on their heels condition, and then if you make them drop their weapon or disarm them somehow, you are then again on their heels condition, and that condition is this.
Yeah,
so I guess so, sure. You could easily add that to a table, sure, but again, it's a modifier.
In combat could cause totally different outcomes at different times. It still might make sense to disarm a foe to have your nearby bow-wielding ally kick away their weapon in one instance, and it might make more sense to simply try and knock an opponent over in another so your allies can get advantage on their attacks this round before your foe can get back on their feet. So that brings me to another mechanic that I think needs a slight rework from its optional inclusion in D&D 5e, flanking. But
Agreed.
first, it's sponsor time, so...
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, don't care.
Scrolling Codex, whatever. Check it out if you care.
Don't.
No, check it out if you care, because it's probably something that's...
No, I'm just saying I don't.
Oh, yeah.
My bad.
Yeah,
I should have said I don't.
No. Okay, I understand.
My bad.
But yeah.
And check out their entire handcrafted lineup Thank you, Elderwood Academy, for being a part
Oh,
of
it's
the Taking
Elderwood.
20
Okay.
team. Flanking is probably one of my all-time favorite game mechanics in D&D. And when I found out that it was just an optional rule and not really used at every table in 5e, I'll admit I was pretty disappointed. To keep this short and sweet, I'm not really sure why flanking was thrown out of the player's handbook.
Because it got
in this
fucking stupid and
Because
overpowered in 4th edition.
they changed it so that instead of giving you a flat bonus, they then made it, hey, guess what? You have advantage. And guess what? Conga line.
Yep, the conga line of death happened, and that's
Mhm.
why. But I
So-
can understand you for not knowing it because 4th edition.
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
edition. My only thought was that maybe Wizards thought it was either too confusing on lining everything up for the players, or maybe they didn't want to
No, because it's stupid.
It's
Oh my god.
It's actually so stupid.
How do you not know this? Come on.
like
You who knows what the developers intended.
Yeah.
exactly. Like
You're basically a developer now, Cody.
yeah, you've self-proclaimed that you understand what their intentions were before. So do you not know their intentions now? Secondly, in 3.5, it was quite clear. Flanking gave you a +2 to each person.
Hey, Alejo,
Hey!
you know how like when we play Warhammer
Okay.
and the two armies clash
Yeah.
and they immediately form a giant conga line miles long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they do every time.
every time. That's how people fight, and it's totally natural.
like
Fuck.
like I get the idea, right? The idea is you have the person flanked on both sides, and so it's harder for them to defend against both people. I
Yes.
get that.
Yes, that
And-
would be true.
And that makes sense by giving a bonus to me. Because instead of, I mean, it also kind of makes sense in giving the advantage because, yes, it's harder for them to stop you from hitting their critical weak points, right? Sure. But unfortunately, in practice, you do that, and then the other bad guy comes in, and now there's advantage against this guy, but this guy also has advantage against him, and then the third guy comes in, and then this guy and this guy and this guy have advantage, and then this guy has advantage because another guy comes in, and then it's like, it's never ending. It's never fucking ending. And in the example of Warhammer, what we do is we flank by going around, and we go into the back, and it's to do this in order to make their leadership go down and make it so that they're taking more damage from more sources, and I understand that. And yes, a conga line could happen if another one came in and then we sent another one around to that guy, but we wouldn't do that because we'd then surround them on all sides and then have it be, instead of a conga line, it's a blob around one guy.
Not to mention you advance in a fucking line formation so that that doesn't fucking happen.
Exactly. You try
You
to
don't send
cover
one
your
unit
flanks.
in there to get surrounded.
You cover your flanks, and if you don't cover your flanks, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So
Like, the problem with implementing flanking as they do in D&D, and this is why I had it in my campaign for a while, and I wanted it taken out, and fortunately the table also agreed it was stupid the way that it wound up happening, is because you have that, like, person A is fighting person B, and then person C who's helping A flanks B, then person D who's helping B flanks C, and you get like a self-assembling micelle of just I didn't realize people called it the conga line of death. I started calling it the conga line of pain. And I was like, this is real fucking stupid. And then the way that I have it implemented currently is if it is a large creature such as like a dragon, and you can position yourselves such that you are surrounding it, you will each get bonuses to hit based on how things are going. That can be advantage, or it may just be a
flat bonus.
A flat bonus at the DM's discretion, conditionally based on what's going on.
Yeah, and the way that I implement it is if you surround the guy on all sides, yes, you can have advantage. all of you can have advantage because you fucking surrounded that guy, and there is no way he can not get hit. There is no fucking way if there's 4 of you around a guy and he cannot move. There is no way he cannot get hit. Unless he disengages like a pro and gets the fuck out of there like a goblin. But other than that, like, there's nothing that they can do, and that makes sense to me. But this conga line, if you use the variant rule as is written, it is not even a question that you should do that. There is no reason not to conga line. Like, it is
so much better that doing anything isn't doing anything otherwise. Even as someone who's like not big into optimizing combat, it is grievously unoptimal.
Exactly. And like, again, if you're just role playing and you don't do this, that's fine. If it's being used, sure. If you want to not do it because it's stupid or because you don't think that you would do it, I understand that, and please keep doing that. But it is just there, and it is just better than anything else. And there is no denying that. So, it's fucking bad. It's fucking bad. That's what it is. Cody!
Come on.
Modifiers in combat, and thus thought advantage was too good, so they only included it as an optional rule in the DMG for people who still wanted to use it. I obviously don't have the answer here, but to me, there was a big drop-off in round-to-round maneuvering in combat for 5th edition, and I think the lack of a really solid flanking rule is a pretty big culprit in that change. And the optional rule of advantage on attacks is way too big of a swing mathematically, in my opinion.
Again,
this is intentional.
That's the second time.
That's intentional, then. Well, sorry.
Mathematics.
Sorry, 2 times is a coincidence.
It's a trend.
3 times is a pattern.
If he does it a 3rd time,
yes,
then I get to shit on him.
But like,
it could also be like just one of those words that where you know it's wrong, but you keep pronouncing it that way, like how I say pythons.
Yeah,
it's true.
Exactly.
But here's the thing with that though. Python is 1, an uncommon word, and 2, it's spelled Piton. That's a fair pronunciation. Whereas mathematics doesn't have a 3rd M in it.
Yeah.
You'll find it's pronounced maths.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
True.
that's why the English only go, we're doing some maths.
Yeah.
I'm quite into it.
Maths.
I'm actually 300% about it. But yes, so he's saying that tactical movement is not a thing in 5th edition because of flanking.
Or at least significantly less.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Which I don't agree.
Yeah, no, that's stupid.
It depends on the player. If the players want to play it tactically, they will play it tactically. If the players want to play it just as a fight, they'll just do whatever.
Yeah, and especially if you have the different classes. If you have a fighter and a barbarian who run up side by side, who fight, and you have a wizard and an archer behind them, are they going to shoot through them? Hopefully not.
It's one of those things where it doesn't... Like, 5th edition, these rules for 5th edition's combat, yes, if you have a archer in the back and he just shoots an arrow at a target that is in melee, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter. It's just, it'll hit the target if it hits or it'll miss, right?
Yeah.
Which is stupid. And I feel like it should be a little... Back in... I will go back to it. 3.5. If you shot into fucking melee, you had a penalty so that you didn't hit your friends.
Yeah, and then if you miss by that degree of penalty, you hit your friend.
Exactly. It's... So... Like... Yeah. It made more sense logically, and I understand that they took it out because streamlining the combat and making it so, hey, it's more epic because I shot the arrow between my comrade's arm and his elbow, and man, it hit the guy, and that's cool. I get that. That's cool and cinematic and all that shit. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine if you want to play it that way. I am okay with that. But you can't say that just because flanking isn't a thing, that tactics are lessened.
Yeah.
most of the people who are playing 5th edition, I'm going to assume are newer players to D&D, and so they just go by the rules themselves as written. And so they don't worry about the tactics because there's no need to worry about the tactics. Yeah. Because there's no need to reposition because there's no disadvantage to just firing into your friends.
Unless you have a DM that applies that.
Exactly. But that's the thing. If your DM doesn't apply that, then you're not even going to think about it. You're just going to fire into your friends. And it's fine.
And then and one final thing. If you have a DM that doesn't do that, and you do that, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to put your own tactical spin into the game that just makes it so that you yourself have more of a fun time because you're like, yeah, I circle around and I get the on the left side of this guy and I go and shoot as my friends are kind of engaging him right in front of him so that he doesn't see me and I don't have to worry about hitting my friends with my arrow, then that's cool. You're describing what your character would do and how your character thinks and all that shit. That's awesome.
I am totally down for a group putting like actual SWAT team approaches like through dungeons. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. And like again, if you don't do that, that's totally fine. But you can't tell me that it's because of fucking flanking that it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I don't see the correlation.
There isn't one.
Because if flanking was in there, it would be the conga line. If it was different, then I guess maybe if it was like 3.5, then I would see a lot more flanking, yes. I would see a lot more moving to flank. But because it's a variant rule and it's so overpowered and they knew that they put it as a variant rule, then what the fuck? What do you expect? I need to piss. I need to piss so bad. I'll be right back.
Okay. I do too. Intermission.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you evacuated your rage piss?
I have. Has Boo also gone?
Yes.
Okay. Correlation, not causation, I guess is what I'm talking about.
I mean, I for one kind of get it. Don't get me wrong. I just think he's flat out wrong. I'm so beyond getting angry at him at this point.
I know. I understand. I just
see a point and I just go, no, that's wrong.
No, I know. One of those things where how many fucking views does this video have? That's what I want to know. And I need to see the comments as well. It has 181,623. Okay. I need to don't. Oh shit. There you go. What the fuck? That's incredibly good to point out. Sorry, Jeff DeWitt from a year ago puts in this comment on this video. On the disarming piece, the player's handbook states, you can also interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or your action. PHB, page 190. Other activity on your turn. Third paragraph. Fucking love you're citing. So, the fighter uses disarm, kicks the other guy's sword across the room as a free action, and continues engagement. No hack needed. I didn't know about that. Fuck. There you go. Fucking, I did not remember that at all. Cool. Also, second comment. Great video, but mathematically? It's not great. I don't agree with that. Here's another Connor
What's
MC.
the like to dislike ratio?
Like to dislike. That's a great question. Like to dislike is, oh Jesus Christ, fucking 5.2k likes, 353 dislikes. It's good. It's in his favor. Connor
Of course
MC.
it is. I didn't figure anything. I didn't figure it would be otherwise.
Yeah, I know. Connor MC. Isn't the point of shoving that it's only good in certain situations, not as an option which is interchangeable with attacking? Like, sure, shoving is worse one-on-one, but with a party, your whole team gets an advantage against a monster which has been knocked prone. I agree, but it technically, I would say technically is interchangeable with attacking because it is an attack action. Right? But it's not one-to-one. I wouldn't say that.
I view it as, well, let's just save this for the podcast.
We are.
Oh, I figured we were in intermission.
No.
Oh, okay. So, in which case, I happen to view actions as just being like sort of like how in Pathfinder 2
Mhm.
where you have like different sizes, I guess you could say, of actions.
Mhm.
And they have like 1, 2, or 3. I just view attack actions and bonus actions and free actions like that in D&D in general. So yes, an attack action is like your big action for that round.
Sure.
And most attacks also are your big action for that round.
Mhm.
But I don't see any issue with how to put this. I wouldn't call it a direct one-to-one comparison to say like, oh,
Yeah.
shoving is a replacement for the attack action.
Yeah, that's what I said.
just see it
Yeah.
as it requires an attack action.
Yeah.
That sounds an awful lot like action points from Divinity.
Yes.
Yes.
Very much so.
And that
yeah,
that would work well.
I started reading some comments that are questioning his points. Which I would highly recommend looking at them. Yeah, okay. Let's continue.
And I think the lack of a really solid flanking rule is a pretty big culprit in that change. And the optional rule of advantage on attacks is way too big of a swing mathematically, in my opinion.
Okay,
In
3
addition,
times.
No, that was the second one.
That was the same time.
Oh, okay.
The same time. And also, I agree that it is too much, but it does make sense-ish.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that
in circumstances.
Yes, it's just the fact that it's so fucking good that it's ridiculous. It's the problem.
Yeah. Undermines the help action. So by adding in advantage on flanking, you're in essence reducing the number of things that you can do in combat for an overall wash. At my table, I've included a very, very simple +1 modifier on attack rolls. I find this to be much more balanced than either advantage or even a +2 modifier, and it surprises me how many attacks in a session from both PCs and NPCs have their outcome actually affected by this +1 bonus. But more importantly than landing more attacks, I find the biggest positive change is that my players, with melee characters especially, actually move around on the board and shift positioning to gain more advantageous tactical positioning. And of course, for me as a dungeon,
well, it makes sense because you're giving them a reason to.
You're rewarding them.
Yeah. So
and
like
so,
it's
yes, I agree that it does help with tactical advantages. And I also agree that you're giving them a +1 bonus. That's totally fine. Absolutely, I am much more a fan of that than I am the advantage flat. From the having two
the other
people.
rule.
Yeah. Excuse me, having 2 people flank a single entity, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. And yes, again, it's because you're rewarding them for being tactical, and if you put rewards out there, people are going to do it more.
Yeah, like this is like saying, "Oh man, I need this mouse to step forward. Here you go, have some cheese."
Exactly.
Wow, I'm so impressed that he stepped forward to get the cheese. You know, like
It's like I understand that you equate the fact that tactics are not used to the fact that used less to the fact that flanking is not a thing, and I agree that it does give more reason to to tactically think and look at the map. But again, I don't think it's, if you can think of rewarding them in some other fashion, I feel like it's still fine. Like, if you just go and you look and you have people say, I would like to do this, and it's something that would tactically help, then you reward them and you go for it, dude.
Yeah.
Make it so that tactics are more rewarded without even needing to put in the optional rule, I guess, if you want more tactical play, and if you don't want flanking, or if you do want flanking, make flanking not shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, hell, all this talk about flanking is making me think of the last fight you guys had with the Beatles.
Yeah.
I mean, where you guys constantly tactically attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
You attacking from underneath big fuck off Beatles. Aiden, you teleported behind them and waited for them to walk past you before you made your move.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It's easy to do. It's not easy. Sorry. It is easy. It is easy to think tactically if you just look at a map.
Yeah, it's easy to think tactically if you can put yourself in the game.
Yeah.
You don't have to, hey, if you flank them, I'll give you this. I don't have to fucking tempt you with
I was going to say,
it is quite to act that way.
It is quite metagamey if you think of it that way.
I will typically, I will think of something, and then I will say, hey, if I do this, can I get this? That's why I pulled you into a conspiracy channel, Boo, because I was like, hey, I want to start teleporting beneath Beatles.
Yeah.
How are we going to work that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then it worked.
It was cool.
Because that works.
Yeah. And totally. Exactly. You used what you had at hand and you thought about how to use it effectively.
Yeah. It's not hard to be tactical, even in very tiny little ways.
Fucking check out Devils and Dice.
It's a good it's a good game.
It's a good fucking campaign. Mm-hmm. Having fucking fun.
It's about to get Circe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Circe?
Depending on how slow these fucks are. Anyway,
Dungeon Master, I find it helps create a significantly more narrative combat than just trying to describe to my players each trading blow after blow without recycling the same few phrases over and over.
Then don't.
Then don't.
Then make
you
it. This is
you
not.
Don't have to.
All right,
I'll go first.
I've about had it with this video.
Yeah, you don't. In that good campaign that we just described, I've had plenty of times where I just say, "Okay, you hit."
Yeah.
Sometimes that's fine. You don't have to bog every single hit down.
Yeah.
With an elaborate description of how you do it.
Big hits get flavor.
Exactly.
Yeah, big important hits get flavor. Like now, this that session's gonna be up before this, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's like when fucking Muzzle fucking trapeze acted his way to fucking slam dunking the goddamn shackle on that giant beetlehemoth's tooth.
Exactly.
That required description because it was fucking awesome. But if you just run up and punch a beetle in the face, it's like, okay, you hit.
Yeah.
You punch him in the face.
Yeah.
He's talking so much about bogging things
maybe
down.
A little bit of scree.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said maybe a scree at most.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I enjoy describing things as much as the next guy, but if you are now in this video yourself, you're like, bogging things down is fucking bad. If you're literally just describing everything this to this degree, you're gonna be bogging things down.
Yeah.
Take your own take our advice and maybe, I don't know, and take your own advice and maybe stop bogging it down so much for yourself. Is that why you're so upset about rolling additional die?
Because you feel like you have to describe every little thing? Newsflash, you fucking don't.
Yeah, just I appreciate it when things are described to me. I do. I very much do. It's neat and it sets the scene. But again,
when you're 45 minutes into combat, enough is fucking enough.
Exactly. If you're taking a fucking forever with the combat, maybe you should speed it up a little bit. I don't know.
Combat is cool, but fuck, everybody kind of agrees that combat takes for fucking ever.
It's true.
That being said, one of the times when it can be phenomenal to take your time with describing blows is when you put your players on a time limit. and you're calculating in your head how many more rounds they'll need to calculate, and you're like, I've got to kill the thing, and you're like, I've got another 7 minutes. I can make this hit take a little bit longer. And everyone is like in their seats and they're squirming and they're like, yeah, I get it. Move on. I need to roll.
Yeah.
And then you're like, nah, dude. I'm painting a scene. And they're like,
yeah.
Of course, use that sparingly.
Exactly.
Because like you don't want the timed scene to actually like fuck up because you chose to add a little bit of stress.
Yeah.
Exactly. Know your players and know like your own like time.
You have to be pretty good with like on the fly time calculations.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's keep going.
Let's say the lanky orc on your right exchanges a few words that sound garbled to you with his companion, as the orc on your left nods and shifts his weight to the right, forcing you to fend off their attacks from both sides. The lanky orc lashes out with the 17 as he continues to press you high with his powerful mace, and the orc on your left jabs out at you low with the 19 as he scores a long cut on your inner thigh. You take a total of 23 damage as you realize you are in a tough position to defend against them both. So I'd love to see a
That is how you describe being flanked? Good God.
I mean, it's fair enough.
It's fine, but for fuck's sake, that took a while.
I mean, again, it depends on how long it's been going. Like,
yeah,
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with describing things. I really am. It's just,
but
I
don't know. Maybe I'm just done with Cody right now.
It might be. Yeah, it might be that.
Also, keep in mind we're only 11 minutes into a 21-minute video.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
It's great. Ugh.
I know. I'm sorry. I thought this would be better.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be the good one. It wasn't.
We're getting there.
Yep.
Be added back into the game for flanking. Again, I like the simple +1, but I assume that a much larger form of playtesting from the player base by Wizards of the Coast could more accurately determine if maybe doubling your proficiency bonus with your weapon, adding a +1, or even adding in a +2 modifier would be the best option mathematically overall.
Okay, he said it right.
He said it right that time.
Okay, so he was just getting it wrong.
I just like, okay, so again, flanking, sure. I'm glad you do a +1. I would say a +2 just because I like the +2.
Yeah. A +1's just a tad.
Find a balance that works for your table.
Exactly. Like, anyway.
Yeah. Casting spells in the middle of the throes of combat. I'll admit here that my 3.5 roots really struggle with this one because I can't see a way that a wizard with a melee combatant right in front of them would simply be able to take the time to cast Magic Missile, a verbal and somatic spell, at another low-life target on the battlefield completely freely. To me, I want to be able to charge up as a fighter or barbarian and make life difficult on a drow priestess who is trying to cast devastatingly powerful spells. But on the other hand, I don't want to simply reintroduce old mechanics of constant attacks of opportunities against spellcasters, especially for things like Shocking Grasp. That's really going to slow down the game, and the net gain that we'll get by making combat a little more tactical, it just simply won't be worth it, in my opinion.
So, let me ask you this then, before you go in.
Yeah.
If you have this problem, but you don't have a solution, why are you bringing this up? In a video called Reworking Combat.
That was with flanking, he was like, I don't have a solution for this, but yet he puts forward his thing.
Yeah, but he put forward a thing. But with this, he's flat out said, I don't have an idea, and I don't want to do this thing. It sounds like he doesn't have any idea at all.
I assume he has a point. It's coming.
I sure hope so.
In fairness, we've not just set forth fixes for everything mentioned either.
It's true, but we're not making the video, though.
I also don't assume... Granted, the title of his video is a bit vague, but there is no clear, definite thing of this is how I would rework combat. He's
It's
simply
true.
mentioning that combat can be reworked
It's true.
and
I agree.
positing some ideas forth into the community,
I agree.
much akin to what we do.
I agree. And we technically have put forth, because I put forth putting +2 from flanking. We've put forth for standing up, attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Which is already an established thing.
Which was already an established thing, and which I don't see why it should change. We put forth for disarming. We've already put forth what we would do. I think
and that everybody should be able to do it.
I think we've actually put forward a lot of changes. So the other thing is that I read that comment as well that put forward that thing that's in the PHB itself, which, by the way, Boo, since you weren't here to hear that, it's Player's Handbook on page 190. You can also interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or your action. So the fighter uses disarm, kicks the other guy's sword across the room as a free action, and continues engagement. No hack needed.
I see. Good.
So that's a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Looks like Cody should have read his Player's Handbook.
Yeah, exactly. So again, I don't know. I think we're providing as much as we can for this.
Yeah.
Additionally, if the spell Cure Wounds as an ally rushes up to save a dying companion, suddenly starts provoking opportunity attacks from the ogre standing over the PC they just dropped, or even requires the caster to make a concentration check to successfully cast it, we're really talking about some serious changes here to the game overall, and that's not even taking into account bonus action spells and how they would play into all of this. So I'd still like to see something, some kind of change that rewards tactical players for being able to close in on an enemy caster, but something that won't drastically change combat to the point of a total rework, or require some sort of flag for each spell in the...
You don't want to rework, and yet you title this is reworking it.
Yeah, right. And also, here's the thing. If you have that kind of a system, that is a death knell for all casters. Because there's now no longer any reason for the DM to not just rush melee combatants into your wizard or your priest or your cleric or your druid.
That's the thing that I would counter with. There are a lot of escape tactics that you can use.
It's true, but you don't.
Hey, the critical spell that everyone takes will be Misty Step instead of Fireball.
Exactly. It changes the critical spell. It's just Misty Step so that you always... Like, I usually get Misty Step as much as I can because of that, because it's easy to use. It's literally just you say a word and you bop 30 feet. You're just like, wow, I'm over here now. Ha ha! And so I feel like it would be fine if you had this kind of thing. It just means that, hey, that wizard's casting a spell on right now. Well, maybe instead of casting the spell, because there's a dude there, they disengage and move away, and then later on can cast the spell, hoping to like move to, I don't know, the fighter so that they can maybe get him to help.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, that is the answer to it. But when you have players who fucking go cowboy and like you have your fighter dash in there and try to take attention away from like maybe two of them, then there's still another two orcs. One's running around to the back.
Or go after the big beetle.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
And here's the other thing. Misty Step is a spell, correct? It's not a cantrip.
It is a verbal spell, yes.
Yeah, you don't have infinite of those.
Nope.
Whereas the orc can just be like, I run up to and hit. Misty Step.
Yeah, I agree.
And then he just charges at you again and
well, to be fair,
hits
you get your action to cast, and then you can move 30 more feet. So then you have to use their full round, right?
Okay, yeah, it's true.
So I mean, I think it would be fine. It's just one of those things of it changes the way that you play the game in the sense of you protect the caster, right? Like you don't go too far to not be able to protect the caster.
Yeah.
I think that's what it becomes. It does become more tactical.
It does become more tactical that
and
way.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. And I don't think it's necessarily going to it does change things, and it does rework it, I guess, if that's how you want to phrase it.
But Cody doesn't want to.
But he doesn't want to. Even though he's titled the video that, and I don't understand. You can't have both in this situation. I don't get what you're trying to do here.
Yeah. The other thing that kind of does is, excuse me. The other thing that kind of makes that. It makes it so that if you are really, unless you have like a really big party, it kind of makes it not impossible, but significantly more risky to do that to the enemy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
whereas
risk
like
versus
they
reward
don't,
again.
But they don't really have any reason to not do that.
I mean,
because if they rush forward and you have to protect your caster, then their caster is safe.
Yeah, but
whereas most players are more tactical and defensive in combat, usually, hopefully.
And I agree, but I think that in that case, the caster is trying to take out the other caster.
True.
They again, there's many ways that you can play it. You can do the whole I don't protect the caster, I go for their caster. Or you play it, I protect the caster goes for their caster, or everyone else.
It's based heavily on what you're fighting, what spells your caster has, and what the balance has been like so far for your table.
And it becomes a much more tactical deployment.
Yeah,
like it is
caster.
It is no longer it is no longer the random encounter means we just fight and we do the thing. No, the random encounter could be death. Just because of how things work. Which I mean, I am okay with that.
What if they vanguarded their rogue?
Well, if they vanguarded their rogue beforehand like a good fucking party, then they fucking did it, didn't they?
Here's the other thing. Here's the other option. The other tactical deployment is don't have a caster.
You could just not have a caster.
Taps forehead.
Or yes. Or you
don't have to guard the caster if there's no caster to guard.
Or you have the cleric who can take a fucking hit.
Yeah.
Right?
That
like
too.
And the thing about having the attack of opportunity with something that is casting, or at least having to make a concentration check, it's like 2 seconds, dude.
Yeah.
Like you either
it's all about bogging down combat.
Again, you either add things that will bog down combat more, or you take things to such a simplicity that it just doesn't, and you keep it the way it is.
Yeah.
I don't like if you want to rework it in such a way, then you have to sacrifice some time.
Yeah.
The book on which ones provoke and which ones don't. I'd suggest one of 2 simple changes. Option 1 is that spells that make a ranged spell attack already have disadvantage if next to an enemy melee combatant.
It's true.
But save spells aren't affected at all. Well, we can steal from a mechanic that is literally already in the game, Mage Slayer, and grant advantage to allies against this save as the caster contends with an enormous Goliath barbarian in front of them.
So we take away a feat.
Yeah.
We just incorporate this feat into everyone. Sure, okay. I guess. But no.
This also would...
No.
I don't...
Do not fix... Well, there are some problems you can fix by giving everyone basically the feat that fixes the problem.
There are some, yes, but I don't think this is one of them.
No. Yeah, you don't need to like eradicate an entire play style just because you have difficulty with something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just because you don't like the fact that you can cast something in melee.
Yeah.
Wouldn't diminish the value of Mage Slayer itself to the point of becoming useless, as it would still allow that combatant an opportunity attack as a reaction if, of course, they have that feat. Option 2...
Well, why would you take the feat if you already have it?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
You get to double its effects.
So Mage Slayer. So basically, so he's saying instead of using what Mage Slayer is now, which I will look up, Mage Slayer.
You don't know what it is off the top of your head?
No, this is one of those times where I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
My Warlock actually has Mage Slayer.
There you go. When a creature within reach, you can take it out. Wait, sorry. This is fucking a bad. Don't use this. What the fuck? Is this one better? Okay.
When a creature within 5 feet of you casts a spell, you can
Yes.
use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature. When you damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, that creature has disadvantage on the saving throw it makes to maintain its concentration, and you have advantage on saving throws against spells cast by creatures within 5 feet of you.
So you just take away the have advantage on saving throws and just give that to everyone. Okay. And then you, in order to, instead of having that, you just have these two effects. It's not as detrimental as I thought it was, but still I don't like it. Because let me check. I'm pretty sure he said that you just get the advantage, but I will triple check.
Of two simple changes. Option 1 is that spells that make a ranged spell attack already have disadvantage if next to an enemy melee combatant, but save spells aren't affected at all. Well, we can steal from a mechanic that is literally already in the game, Mage Slayer, and grant advantage to allies against this save as the caster contends with an enormous Goliath barbarian in front of them. This also wouldn't diminish the value of Mage Slayer itself to the point of becoming useless, as it would still allow that combatant an opportunity attack as a reaction if, of course, they have that feat. Option 2 is a...
Okay, so my issue here is how the fuck does everybody have, like, how does being next to somebody give you more of an advantage to your constitution? A saving throw.
Yeah.
Like, how does, I guess strength maybe, but you're contending with a spell, so I don't know. With dexterity, I can see it, because you can see the guy casting it, right?
Mhm.
But not with, like, just
Get
your...
suddenly more healthy.
Yeah, exactly. You get suddenly tougher. It doesn't make sense to me. So that's my main issue with that. Aside from just taking something out of a feat. But okay.
Little different. We could allow everything to continue working as is, with the one caveat that any melee combatant within 5 feet of someone casting a spell would then have advantage against that caster on their next attack against them if they start their turn still within 5 feet of them. So a cleric could still slide up to a fallen ally and heal them without risking taking an attack of opportunity and losing the spell, but as they focus on their spell, they're obviously more susceptible to the dangers of combat around them.
But the spell takes 6 seconds and it's just done.
Yeah.
Like I understand what you're trying to do here, but the fact that some spells, like all spells, are just an action, which means if they go for their whole round, and if the guy doesn't come up right after them, then how the fuck are they capitalizing on this when it's their turn again later?
Yeah.
Like, if it's top of the round and they're now situationally aware. Like, literally laying a hand on somebody and speaking some words, I don't know if Cure Wounds has a semantic component, but, and I'll check.
Well, I imagine if it's the somatic component,
sorry.
it would be placing the hand on them.
It depends on how you rule it, really, right?
Yeah.
Let me check here.
Because what is it going to be? You place their hand on it and then you like massage them a little bit.
It's verbal somatic. I don't know, so I don't know what the hand motions are, and it depends on how you rule it, but yeah. I don't know what, after 6 seconds of you move your hand, you touch the thing, and then you're done. How is that? How are you less ready, I suppose? Because if you're a cleric and you have a shield, that doesn't take away that you have your shield up, right? Like, you can do this behind your shield. You could do it with your sword drawn so that it's blocking the next person as you place your hand down. Remain, like, keeping eye contact with the other person. Like, you can flavor it however you want. But in the end of the day, I don't see how this gives you the tactical disadvantage.
It doesn't. As long as you word it correctly, it doesn't.
Exactly. And then, like, unless you have the mechanic that's set that if you just do a spell, they get the attack of opportunity. That's the only time where I can see it making sense, because you are taking the time where they are concentrating and focused on something else, like even slightly, that you take that time to get into their armor and actually wound them and maybe disrupt the spell.
Yeah.
That just, and he's even said that he has 3.5 roots, and I don't see how this doesn't trigger that, you know? It's like, it makes sense in 3.5 to me, so...
Not in 5e. God, we still have 6 minutes to go.
I know. Oh, it's not playing for me. Hang on.
Oh, here, hang on.
It's a joy when it doesn't play.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Against that caster on their next attack. But if your energy balls of force don't drop the opponent lining up their axe...
Oh, I can't. Okay. I need to bring it back a little bit. That's some stuff.
Okay.
Heal them without risking taking an attack of opportunity and losing the spell, but as they focus on their spell, they're obviously more susceptible to the dangers of combat around them. Casting your magic missile right in someone's face would still happen normally, but if your energy balls of force don't drop the opponent lining up their axe with your head, you're going to be in some trouble as you focus on bending your arms and chanting during your spell casting. So I think that this would add in just a small touch of a more tactical approach here to both close in on enemy casters and trying to keep your allies on the battlefield between you and the dangerous enemies as you rain down firebolts, especially since so many classes in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition have access to spells now, with Trickster Rogues and Eldritch Knights as examples. Okay, let's talk about grappling. Grappling in 5e is, again, much like disarming and knocking someone prone, completely useless to do in an exchange for a standard attack.
So this I agree with entirely. Grappling sucks in 5e. Before he goes even further,
real bad.
It's nothing like it was. It is just a waste of time.
I mean, we've discussed this.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm just saying
There's
it again.
A reason why we have a grappler in our 3.5 campaign, Devils and Dice.
It's true.
We're used to.
Well, yeah, it's true. All right. See where he goes with this.
I actually love all of the mechanics here that are already built into the game. The only problem here is how they are actually divvied up. If you grapple someone, their speed becomes 0, but they can still attack you, so congratulations. Your barbarian grabbed the bandit and outpowered him, and now you have a front row seat as he turns, takes his flail, and smashes you in the head. Yeah, with his flail. That's how the rules work right now.
Yeah,
this is a little silly, in my opinion. All you are trying to do is use your strength advantage to do something cool in combat that's better than the two of you standing in place like statues, exchanging blows. And all you got out of it was forfeiting your attack while your foe continues to stab you to death. But D&D 5e already has simple and great rules in place for handling this with a grappler feat. Now you can start a grapple, scuff and scrap with your foe, and pin them to the ground. And I think the mechanics here are totally sound. I just don't like that the only way you can do this is with the extremely high cost of a feat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is entirely correct. Absolutely. Grappling should be inherent. It's something that was practiced by fucking every fucking thing that ever fought, just because it was one of those things that if you lost your weapon, you had some way that you could still fight. Right? Like Romans fucking practiced it, fucking Greeks practiced it, it has been a thing for millennia because it is something like in fucking regular sword fighting in medieval times, and even now it's still used with people who sword fight, that just they have that ability to also do some shoves and some grappling just so that they can get the upper hand.
Hell, even like half-hilting and stuff, that's basically what that's about. You're still holding your sword by the handle, but you're also gripping the blade of your sword and using that space that you've now made on your sword to basically leverage against your opponent and push them and shove them and, you know, grapple them, and it's fucking awesome.
It's good. It's used. It's practiced. It's a thing that should be inherent.
It's well established.
It should be inherent for everyone who is somewhat combat, like, you know, like a fighter, like a paladin, like a monk, like
barbarian,
even especially a barbarian. Like,
yeah, dude.
Legitimately, it should be there, and it should be an option that people can do, even if they're not combat focused. It's something that, I don't know about you, but as a child,
wizards can try to grapple.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be good at it.
No,
but they
exactly.
can try.
As a child, fucking kids grapple each other down all the time. It's something that people do, especially when you don't have something that gives you the upper hand.
Yeah.
So that you can get the upper hand. So, like, yes, Cody, you've chosen the one thing that everyone knows is bad about D&D 5e. Great job.
I swear to God, if his last point is True Strike.
Oh my God.
That would be hilarious.
So I'd suggest moving the rules for Grappler over to the standard grappling rules and dropping advantage on attacks against your grappled foe.
Yes.
Let everyone dogpile with their characters if they want to. We're just following the rule of cool here. Then add in disadvantage against the attacking grappler from the grappled one. If you want to take it a step further, then go back to the grappler feat and give them advantage on their attacks and disarm attempts.
Yeah.
It's simple,
I actually disagree with
clean.
this.
Oh, go on.
I believe if you are grappled to someone, you should get advantage to attack them and disadvantage to attack anyone else.
Yes.
The reason for this being, if someone has you in a chokehold, it's real easy to jam an elbow in their ribs.
Yeah.
Or like if you're facing them, to like punch them in the diaphragm.
Yeah.
However,
I thought that's what he was saying.
no, he said disadvantage for the one being grappled to attack the grappler.
Oh, is that true? Oh, fuck. I thought
no, that makes no fucking
no,
sense
that doesn't.
at all.
That doesn't translate.
But
at
like,
all. Okay.
if someone is in a full Nelson, it's gonna be, and you're just standing there watching this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real hard for them to punch or kick you because you can freely move.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I thought that's what he was saying, but apparently I misheard. Okay.
Maybe we should replay it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
may
yeah.
have
No,
misheard.
don't, please don't.
No, we're doing it.
Only way you can do this is with the extremely high cost of a feat. So I'd suggest moving the rules for Grappler over to the standard grappling rules and dropping advantage on attacks against your grappled foe. Let everyone dogpile with their characters if they want to. We're just following the rule of cool here. Then add in disadvantage against the attacking grappler from the grappled one. If you want to take it a step further,
that's what it was.
Go back
right
to
there.
the grappler.
So disadvantage from the attacking grappler to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disadvantage from the person being grappled to the one grappling them.
So now that I feel like that he said that, like, that means that the person who is grappled has disadvantage to attack the grappler.
Yes.
That's what he's grappling them. Yes.
Okay.
He's saying that it's hard for you to punch someone who has you in a headlock.
So,
yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Are you putting them in a headlock, or are you grabbing their arms and twisting them behind them?
It depends on the circumstances, but to just broad brush it like that is foolish.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like it should be easier for, especially, like, you have your legs too, right? Like, you can kick somebody and stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Feet and give them advantage on their attacks and disarm attempts. It's simple, clean, with minimal changes to learn. And finally, just to touch on ranged combat and cover quickly, I have to say that I'm very pleased with the rules in place for this as is, and I wouldn't suggest really any changes here in a 5.
Then why include it?
So then there's no point in watching it.
0.5 edition of Dungeons and Dragons. Can these be a little clunky at times when you think about trying to fire an arrow at someone as a friend is clashing swords with them? Sure, but overall, with the +2 half cover rules in place, I think that these are solid enough for DMs that enforce them well without needing to complicate
Then
or
what the
change
fuck
them
did you
really
add
any
it
further.
for?
But of course, I wanted to at least mention them in this video prior to getting in any comments asking about changes there as well. All
There's
of
your
these
answer.
are
Okay.
just some of the things that I would like to see
Who was
Wizards of the
who was
Coast look
asking
at
that?
addressing in a 5.5
He was just
edition.
doing
Okay,
And
I
that-
think we're done with the video.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's it. And again, like I'll be honest, that's fine. In case somebody was thinking about range combat being kind of broken, which it isn't.
Yeah,
But
I
okay.
have no real issues with ranged combat, with the exception of I think that the whole prone rule giving disadvantage if you're trying to hit a prone person.
Yeah, no, that's dumb.
I
Again,
think
depending on
it
circumstances.
varies. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If
exactly.
you are a sniper trying to hit someone out in a field who's like prone, yeah, absolutely going to be real fucking hard.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're within 30
If
feet,
you're
5
standing
feet,
above
10
them,
feet, yes,
No,
fucking
I understand. Absolutely.
trivial to hit them.
yeah.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I don't know why they ruled it like that in this. But yeah.
It reeks of them. It reeks of the developers thinking of the situation where you're in a field and someone's 200 feet away with a bow, and then someone said, why don't we add a mechanic where if you're close by it's easier to hit? And then they went, no, let's not make this any more complicated, this is the beginner's edition.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Like, that's the vibe I get.
the only time where I can think of somebody being right next to you and you firing on them being harder to hit is if they're standing, if they see you, if they have like the ability to stop you before you shoot. Right?
Yeah.
That's the only time where I see that being a thing, because otherwise you just shoot and they're fucking right there. And it's real hard to miss a target that is right next to you. So I don't know. I think it just depends on that for that aspect, but with the lying down thing, I'm like, yeah, okay, so if they're far enough away, yeah, it'll be fucking hard to hit them. Unless you arc the arrow as you shoot it up in the air, I guess, and calculate for their movement and shit and hit that target.
The way I would do it personally is if you're within 10 feet of your target and you're using a bow, you take disadvantage. Unless the person is prone, in which case you get advantage.
Right.
If you're more than 10 feet away and they're standing, it's flat.
Yep.
And if you're more than 10 feet away and they're prone, you get disadvantage.
Sure. I would see that being fine. Yeah, I don't know. And again, like with shooting into combat, we did say that's kind of weird in the sense of like not taking a penalty, but there is the whole cover system of giving them half cover. That's fair.
That's why I ascribe to the whole thing of if you're trying to not hit your friends, add +4 onto the enemy opponent. Like,
oh yeah.
AC.
Yeah. That's the whole like -4 thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's gonna do it for us today. That's
two stinkers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had some hope for Cody there, and
Cody,
he
yeah,
dashed me down.
He started in the shithole, slowly clawed his way up, and is now slipping back down.
It's sad.
Yep.
I was hoping, but yeah. Hopefully the next one we cover, whenever that is.
Do we have a topic for next week?
At the moment, no.
Okay.
We've kind of been. Hey, you out there? If you have a topic, if you have a topic for us, hey, leave it in the comments below, or
better yet, a video.
Or hey, you could send us a video, yeah.
And
absolutely.
be sure that you post it on YouTube with saying, "Watch Table Talk discussion and discourse." By the way, talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, do that.
But let's get into our final thoughts, there, boys.
Both videos are bad, and if you like them, you're bad, and you should feel bad.
Warlocks are fine.
Mm-hmm.
They're all the same though.
Combat.
You alright? Yeah.
Combat in 5e is for the most part D&D 5e in general is, for the most part, fine.
Serviceable.
Yes, it is. Totally blanking on the word for It does
Optimal?
not. No,
No, it is not.
Never forget that word.
the word in my head is non-aggressive, but it's
not egregious.
non-egregious. Yeah, you could say that.
I'm just trying to associate.
Yeah, it doesn't arouse feelings of sickness. It's fine.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yep. It's not sickening.
Yeah, no, it's. But like, if you're gonna make a video, right, about a topic,
right,
and you're going to focus on
Okay.
that topic,
Yes.
stay consistent
You would think.
with what you say about that topic.
And also, by the
So-
way, people, it's pronounced mathematics.
He got there in the end. Let's be honest.
He did.
He got
but
there
he
in
did
the
say
end.
it wrong twice in a row.
He did.
It's the
He never
Cody
edited,
character art.
He edited
It's true.
the shit. He never edited that.
That's the yeah, no, dude. Sometimes I can't say edited.
Yeah, no, I hate it.
But legitimately
Mathematics.
Legitimately, he does these things in multiple takes, and yet he didn't think to.
He chose not to.
Yeah, he
You're
chose.
right. I
not
never
to.
thought about that.
Yeah, no, you've seen the cuts. You've seen him take different things. Even in the same video, he'll fucking mess up and then do another take in the same video.
Yeah.
So like I don't know, man. It's whatever his choice was for that.
It is artistic expression.
No.
No,
it's just
subverting expectations.
Oh,
He's trying to make it a meme. It's a mathematics.
Oh shit! Let's fucking end this, please.
Yeah. Any other final thoughts there?
Listen to Devils and Dice.
Please go check it out. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well, thank you for contributing to this discussion with that.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Thank you all so very much for listening and watching. Very much appreciate it. Hope you continue to enjoy. You can find this podcast up on YouTube on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or there's also like an EDT. I don't know what that means, but it's like the same thing, I think. Regardless, you can then find it again on major podcasting services or streaming services on Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find our campaign of Devils and Dice on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget to subscribe, follow the podcast on your podcasting service of choice, leave us a little review, say some things in the comments if you think we're wrong or if you have suggestions or anything. There is also a voice message thing if you want your voice to be heard. And then there is the Twitter at TableTalk D&D or Dedand, if you will. And you could also send us an email if you wanted to at tabletalkd@gmail.com. Dedand, if you will, again. Other than that,
I won't.
all right. But yeah, thanks so much for listening again, and hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
That's it.